Ooh, ooh. Yep. All right. Here we go. Guess that's being streamed. Welcome to Vancaf, everyone. How's it look? Cool. Okay, great. So it was like a gain.
light hit our eyes. Oh, there it is. I did feel that light hit my eyes. Thank you, Neil. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for coming to Vancaf Day 2. This is the Comics is Poetry panel. Our moderator, Hugh Nguyen, is running a little bit late, so I'm the festival director, Jared Evans Sampson. I figured, why not get it started and let our other guests talk about themselves and their work a little bit, and I'll do the mildest version of moderation that you could possibly do. So first of all, why don't you introduce yourselves?
I'm Karen Shangwan. I'm an artist and writer from Vancouver, BC. I just published a book called Quiet Thoughts. It's like short, poetic comics and like drawings mixed together. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Sonia Allers. I just had a book published. It's called Swan Song. It's my 4th book. I live in Victoria, BC right now. This is more of a collage scrapbook. I've been developing this style since probably 1993, so I've been at it for a while.
Cool, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah. But yeah, I think as well, like, one of the reasons I really wanted to have this is I'm so interested in comics and the delineation of narrative storytelling in comics. And especially poetry has seemed to have had such a sort of surge, I guess, within the comics world, or an interest in it. So I was very curious as well about the process of like what you think, the general, what is it? What is to say the poetry and comics format, or like how do you approach this, or doing something that is so sort of off the, what some would say, typical comics path?
Yeah, well, I began like as an illustrator, and I always kind of liked writing. So I kind of just, like after going to art school, I realized that comics can be like experimental. Yeah, and I just wanted to experiment with comics and poetry.
I developed this style on my own. I just, I drew comics as a kid, and I learned how to draw copying Charles Schulz.
Wow.
So it's always been a huge influence, and I was very influenced by the early autobiographical comics that were coming out in the early 90s, out of Montreal mostly. Mm-hmm. And from there, I just started my own process, and I needed to do it my own way. I'm Gen X, and just a lot of punk rock in me, and I wanted to tear apart the panels. It wasn't conscious at all. It just happened intuitively and naturally over time.
Mm-hmm.
So I was using, I had a typewriter, I had scissors, I had glue stick, and Sharpies, and liquid paper. And I just started making little zines out of just like a desperate need to connect with other people.
Cool.
Well, it's interesting because, like you're saying, it comes from that, and I can understand a little bit, but like from the zine world, and the influence is clear. But yeah, you've taken that sort of direction and gone in a totally different field than so many artists in that sort of style worked, where your work does have this sort of like not absent, but it's not as, diuretic, that's not the word, that's the wrong word completely. That's a totally other, that's not a comic we want to talk about on this panel.
Dioramic.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sure.
Dramatic, or dialogue, or less of a diary, and more. Yeah, especially there's a lot of space I feel in your work.
Oh yeah, definitely. I treat each page. Each page is a panel to me, and it appears. It looks completely random. There's just something very surrealist about it, and I love combining collage and line drawings. I'm obsessed with line.
Yeah.
And I grew up watching those cartoons where it was real people in a cartoon setting from like Land of the Lost.
Oh yeah.
And I kind of love that merge, seeing that together. So I love seeing line drawings with collage and grayscale.
Cool.
Did that answer your question at all?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, was my question a question? It answered it better than I could have expected. Yeah.
Came out.
Yeah, I guess also with that's so interesting, and you're talking about approaching a page, and that's something as well in the sort of delineated or poetry comics vein that I find so interesting, because in comics, obviously outside of words, there is that visual element to it, and I love like how poetry can still be conveyed through the work. So is that in both your minds when you're doing your art? Like how are you approaching it the same as you approach writing, or how you would approach the writing aspect of it in the art? Is it reflected?
Oh, hi. Sorry, what was the question? I was like half distracted.
That's okay. This is Hugh Nguyen, our moderator. So I am going to stand up. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Yeah, thank you.
Those were great questions.
Yeah, those were
My apologies, everyone. It's been a time. Sorry, where did we leave off then? What were you guys talking about?
Oh, I was asking about the artwork and how poetry is reflected in live work or in the art.
Okay, for sure. So I'm assuming everyone's introduced themselves and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. I will introduce myself. Hi, everyone. My name's Hugh Nguyen. I'm a visual artist based here in Vancouver, and I've been making what I define as comics poetry for the past 4 or 5 years. Yeah. So my first question is like, in terms of like what you guys were describing, I want to actually know how you both describe comics poetry. Like, how do you define the term?
You can go first.
I can talk first if that's easier.
Yeah, maybe get a bit more specific.
No
That would be great.
Okay, so in terms of like how I discovered comics poetry, I was actually a comic book writer in my early 20s, like trying to like get jobs with like Marvel and Dark Horse and blah and blah and so forth, and like went to San Diego and started networking and blah and blah, and like I really absolutely hated the scene. It was really misogynistic and super disgusting, and I was like 23 and everyone was like white and 40, and it was just an awful place to be in. And then I wanted to make comics on my own terms, and I really wanted to combine what I just like defined as comics and poetry, and like kind of experiments in that way. And so the workshops that I produce, that I've only done a couple here and there, is that I really emphasize that there's no defined way of how to make comics poetry. It's a term that you define for yourself. When I work with the students or the participants, I emphasize that like you're taking this term and you're creating like your own definition for it. Like whatever, like people can say it's experimental or it's alternative, but if you define your work as comics poetry, then like it's going to be so. Yeah, and I think that's like the really great power in it, because you're able to like take this term and like make it for yourself. Like it's all about you and like your power.
Yeah. You can still go first.
Okay, sure. What do I say? Yeah, I mean, my work is so feminine. It's just like the antithesis of what I would. Yeah, and I was fighting against that. I was saying earlier how I was influenced by like Peanuts, Garfield, Gary Larson, and then, like I said earlier, the early autobiographical comics coming out of Montreal, and mostly Dirty Plot, Julie Doucet. That was my touchstone. Like, I just loved her work so much. It was so feminine, and I loved just the panels, just her detail, just like I wanted to crawl into the panels. So that was a big influence. And then I just started doing my own thing, as I was saying earlier. I just kind of ripped apart the whole, just the whole wanting to use a panel. I just actually could not fit my thoughts into a panel. I mean, I respect it so much. I wish that I could, but I just can't do it. So I just need a lot of space and a lot of freedom. And like I said, the work is so feminine. It's like ephemeral. It's poetic. It's because to be honest with you, I think I work in this form as a way to like sneak in poetry. It's just like a way to get people to, it's like my kind of sneaky way of getting people to read poetry. Yeah. It's like, please. Yes.
Yeah, I feel that. Like whenever I go like check out literary agents, they're always like, we don't accept poetry. So I'm like, I'll do a graphic novel that's poetic. That's how I put poetry into my comics, and like how I want to like portray my ideas. Yeah.
How would you define poetic? Because I think just because I'm in the contemporary art world right now, or like that's my like industry and career. So there's so many different ways of like disciplines overlapping and changing and evolving. Like drawing can be seen as like drawing with your body, or drawing not just like with pencil and crayon, or like painting, but like how do you define drawing like now, like with lines and like in the different experimental ways? Because so when I think of poetry, like I grew up reading Robert Frost. I was the first poet I ever read, as like in second grade.
Second grade.
Yeah. And I've seen so many different ways that poetry has existed, and I'm kind of wondering how you both define poetry in of itself and then bring that into the comics work that you do.
I think poetry is just like, I think it's more abstract and like amorphous for me. It's just like a way to portray emotion and sensations and just like thoughts I have randomly that I think are like meaningful or beautiful, and I just like kind of want to put it in a poem or like draw it, and then I kind of mesh it together. Yeah.
I see poetry as a distillation. It's like, instead of writing an entire novel, you just want to get it down to one sentence. It's just a distillation.
A bit more like concise.
Yes,
Yeah.
and like a meme, basically. And I mean, I'm wearing my Sylvia Plath t-shirt just so I don't forget what I'm talking about. But I think one of her famous quotes is, poetry is a monument to a moment. So that's just that's what I'm trying to do with my work. I'm just trying to distill everything to one page, because I know that a lot of people just do not have time to read a novel or read in general, and I just wanted to make it really easy to digest my work.
Yeah, but isn't it also annoying when you like spend an hour on a page and then people read it in a second?
1 second,
Yeah,
I know,
yeah.
it's a little,
Yeah,
flip
yeah,
through. It's
yeah.
I get it.
Yeah,
It's a flip
that's
book.
true. Exactly.
I think that's something I've really seen that's pretty common with like
Yeah.
like people who like artists and whatnot who describe their work as comics poetry. There's like this fluidity and this like lightness and softness to it that's really emotive. For my own work personally, I really am interested in like taking architectural and hard lines and seeing how that can be poetic in a sense. Mostly because I'm like also really like influenced by like the constructivists or like Dadaism and whatnot, and I'm interested in like taking like something that's not seen as poetry and like trying to create it in a poetic sense. So when I first started making comics poetry, I think what's traditionally like seen as the genre as like taking a poem and like putting it against like images. Is that something you both currently do or like experiment with, or is there like a different way that you make your comics poetry?
Sorry, that was the
Sorry.
question. Oh my god.
Okay,
That's
sorry,
a
I
long
should have.
question, I'm sorry.
So like the most common way I've seen like comics poetry has been made is like taking a poem and then placing it with images and panels. And then I've also seen other comics poems that don't do that at all, like just experiment with images to make it poetic, or just words itself, even though like we can consider that like maybe just poetry, but like they call it comics poetry depending how they're being experimental with it. So I'm just interested in how you both create your work.
I honestly start with just the container. I get dimensions from the publisher, and then I work within the container and a page count, and then I kind of go in. I have no plan, honestly. I mean, I work from an archive. This particular book, it took me 12 years to make, and I was working at the Yukon Archives, and I had access to like 100 years of ephemera and advertising from like, the gold rush era. So I get a lot of my imagery from old advertising, and I do love old, like just line drawings, again, back to that. I mean, I can actually, for me personally, I use a lot of found imagery because I'm obsessed with a specific line, and so I'll trace it, because I can't, like I just want that thing. Because, and my theory about that is, you can almost feel the frustration of the artist having to do advertising or illustration. So I feel that tension, and I want that in my work. So I'm just kind of doing, anyway, that's what I'm adding. It's like a cauldron. The book itself is a container and a cauldron. And I want to say too, I am a visual artist as well, and I do installation work. So I also use the book as a gallery, and it's a way to navigate the gallery system. It's like I can kind of eke my way.
I really like that because it's almost
Yeah.
like anti-institutional,
Totally.
which is
Yeah.
like a great
It's-
practice because like contemporary art can be such bullshit.
It's very difficult and challenging, so I vacillate between the two forms, and I find that this is just far more egalitarian, and it's like holding the gallery in your hands. So I just feel like that's more of a gentle way than just like forcing people into a space.
And
Yeah.
for those of us who are not familiar with your work, does your work primarily consist of putting like a poem like against imagery and kind of stuff, or is it like kind of a mix of both, or how would you experiment with it?
It's hard, yeah. I mean, lately I've been just writing on my notes app on my phone, and then I transcribe it. I use like pen and ink, and I'll transcribe it. Or I always carry a notebook, and I scroll down things I hear throughout the day. Like I'll overhear something, or I consume so much TV and film and music, so I hear snippets, and a lot of my work is found, like just it's like found words in a way, and I mean, I should be reading from this. I mean, the visuals are part of the language. Like, I want it to transcend language. You know? Just
Yeah, no, I definitely get that. One of the exercises I do with my workshop, my comics poetry workshop, is we take a poem and like, how do we decide which image, or like which lines or which words become images themselves, and like we try to like determine like that, like where like the word becomes something beyond itself is the idea. So yeah, I totally get that.
Yeah, because I mean, you can express so much, like with like hand, like just by hand, because I mean, everything in there was made by hand. I did it all cut and paste and pen and ink. So I find that that's part of that is, like I was saying earlier, part of the poetry. Yeah, and just like, and then my penmanship is a huge part of my work, and that to me is drawing. So I try to convey it through there. Yeah.
And Karen, what about you?
Oh my God, I'm sorry, I forgot about the question.
You're like, you do. I'm like, whatever.
No, I just have the worst attention span.
That's okay.
Introverts, we're introverts.
Yeah.
It's like, I'll think about it, and then I get absorbed in what you're saying.
I'm so sorry.
And then I'm like, what was the question?
Yeah.
So sorry.
So I'm not familiar with your work.
Yeah.
I've only seen your Instagram, and I'm interested in knowing what primarily consists, like what your comics poetry really like usually looks like. If there's like a usual style to it.
I think I just start with like an idea, and then I usually just like write a lot, or I draw a lot, and then I go back and forth, and then it kind of just like takes form in the like form of like a zine or a comic. And then sometimes it'll just be like words or like images.
And is there like a specific way that you take words and images, like put them together? Like, do you have a specific process for that?
Yeah, I use the notes app too.
I love it.
Yeah, it's so good. And then yeah, I transcribe it on my computer.
Okay, and then like for
Yeah.
imagery, like alongside the text itself, do you like have a specific way of determining like what shows as an image or like a visual drawing rather than a text, and like vice versa?
Well, like usually I like to like just like test things out by like writing or drawing, and then see like what I can take, like mostly the idea and emotion from like either a drawing or a piece of writing, and then I kind of just like to play with them back and forth and see how they interact with each other.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good way of going about it. Personally, for myself, I don't even know how I do everything intuitively. I don't know if either of you plan.
No.
I hate planning.
No, I can't plan.
I'm
No,
in
I
art
can't
school
even
right now. Everyone's
travel.
like, you gotta plan. I was like, I don't want to.
I don't want to plan either.
No,
It's
like-
stressful.
And then when I plan, I just never do it because
Yeah,
I
right.
overthink it. Yeah.
Yeah, so like everything's intuitive. I'm working on like a comics like poetry chat book. Like, okay, how do I go about this? And lately I've been experimenting with space, which I don't usually do, because like I said before, everything I've been like doing previously has been very architectural and like very boxy, like experimenting with lines. And now I'm like trying to experiment with like fluidity and what that seems like, because there is a part of yourself where it's like, is this comics poetry? But I tell everyone there's no defined like way of going about it. You know, what's important for me in terms of like the text that I incorporate is that I include a lot of Vietnamese without translations, which for me is like as an act of resistance in terms of like colonial powers and white supremacy, like that's kind of like been prevalent in my life. And so this for me is like taking back a culture that I had felt that I was never really a part of, and like being like showing others, like not showing others, but like I guess like more just like including myself in the narrative that I felt like I could never be a part of. So that's a really important way for me to like make comics poetry, because it's so emotional for me and like for myself. And actually, now that I brought that up, so I did a previous workshop with the Downtown Eastside Writers Festival, and I had someone from like New Haven come in, and she asked if like all comics poetry have to be emotional. Yeah, I was like, I don't know how to answer that because like everything I've done is from an emotional lens, and when I think of poetry, it's very emotional. But then I think of genres like concrete poetry, which is not very emotional at all. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that. but
With
it's
what?
Concrete poetry.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's a lot of what I do.
Yeah, I love concrete poetry, right? But like,
Yeah.
I feel like that's still really emotive, even though it can be so hard and like grotesque almost, right? So I don't know how to just like answer that question.
Honestly, I think like poetry is art and art is emotion. So I think it's definitely emotional.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's been very emotional for me.
I think for me, because I edit myself so much, and I have a friend, my friend Susan, who might be listening to this on the live stream. Anyway, she has helped me with editing, but I think I try to edit myself out of it to the point where it's just this dry wit. And I mean, I'm dealing with, there's a lot of trauma in the work, a lot of grief. And again, it's distilling it. It's trying to take out that, I don't want to say hysteria, but there's something about, that was my early work. It was really, really dark, and it was disturbing. And it's still, you love disturbing? No one says that. See, I'm actually really, to be, okay, I'm just going to say this. Honestly, I wish I could be just doing film, but it's like I don't have the budget for it. So this is like, it's like a film in a way. It's like, does that make sense? And
No,
I'm
that does,
very,
yeah.
very influenced by horror. It's
Right.
what I gravitate towards. Like it's sort of supernatural horror and like witchy, and I try to apply that to my work. But again, there's a dry wit. It's comics, it's comedy, right? I try to keep that. It's tragedy and comedy that I'm trying to find that fine line. And then it's poetic. So it's this, like I said earlier, it's like a cauldron, like a mishmash or a soup, or I don't know. It's just trying to do my own thing completely. And that's actually why I started doing the zines in the early 90s, is I just thought if I can do this, anyone can do this. And I just really want to show
emphasize
people,
that, yeah.
like you can do this, you can do your own thing.
It's relatable.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that was the whole point. It was just like that kind of DIY, just the punk riot girl aesthetic that I am from. So that's a big part.
I grew up as a punk kid in Calgary, so like I was definitely influenced by like Riot Girl, like zines
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So, that's a really interesting. I think that like the way you've described how you like see your work is like a great way to like emphasize when I describe comics poetry that there's no real definition or there's no real way to like make comics poetry. It's all on your own. It's all on your own terms. You know. So I think that's really interesting. And then, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what I was saying next. Karen, did you answer the question? I don't mean to.
Yeah, I answered it like
Sorry.
short. It was a short answer.
I think we've talked about your process and whatnot, right? Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
I've had a very long weekend.
I know you
Okay,
haven't
yeah,
slept. I bet you slept like 5 hours.
Yeah.
all
Oh, you
week.
saw that. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So
You're doing great.
thank you.
I can see like the
I'm
sweat.
so tired. I had more questions, or I thought I did, but I guess I don't. What time? Let's just make sure the time we're not going over or anything. Okay, it's 11:02, so we have like 10 minutes. Are we allowed to take audience questions? Is that a thing?
Yes, please.
Is that a thing? Jarrett? Help.
Does anyone have any questions?
I know it's so hard to describe. We're sitting here describing our visual work with no visuals.
Yeah.
Poetry
I don't know if
so-
that is confusing things.
How
or-
about do either of you want to like promote some new work and talk about yourselves in like any kind of way?
Well, I just have my book, which is not here because I kind of sold out.
It's
Oh,
sold
that's
out.
awesome.
Congratulations.
But I have some more today. Just like 2 more. I should have. Anyways,
Are you in the main room?
yeah, I'm in the exhibition hall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you have a table out there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do you
nice.
have-
I've been kind of hanging out at Mark Bell and Ron Reggie's table, just
Okay. Are you
hiding.
selling that book?
This is I'll be doing a signing today between 3 and 5, and the bookseller has copies,
Okay.
and I have a couple copies on me. I know it, and anyone who wants to come and flip through the flip book, you're more than welcome to come check it out. Yeah, what can I say? this is kind of my main focus right now, but I'm also preparing for a kind of a large retrospective art show at the Richmond Art Gallery next year. So I'm just like working towards, this is like a 30-year,
Oh, wow.
yeah, working, because I've been building an archive. Again, back to the archive, like I mean, like I was saying, this book took about 12 years for me to finish. I had a lot of family issues that came up over that time, so I wasn't able to work at all. So I just kept going back to it. And I mean, I work from binders. I keep my archive in these like binders with plastic sleeves, like archival sleeves, and I slip papers in, and and I extract from that to do my work and just keep building this archive of ephemera. And
Archival work is so interesting. I'm supposed to be volunteering at Unit Pitt, and I'm doing some archival work. I haven't started yet, but like it's the things that you find.
oh, I know, it's amazing. I don't keep everything, but yeah, I wrote a lot of what I have done is correspondence, mail art. It's a huge part of my practice.
Were you the one who shoot, because I remember there was someone, like a group at the keg, I believe, that were doing some mail art like stuff. Was that you?
No,
Okay.
no, yeah, no, there's lots of us. I'm pretty under the radar, very under the radar, and my work does fall through the cracks.
I mean, I guess that, yeah, because their stuff is so alternative, right? Yeah.
It's pretty, yeah, people are just like, what is this?
Yeah.
And I've been trying, I've been at it for a while, like I said, but I'm not, what do I say? It's like, I'm doing my own thing, and I don't get hurt that it's not understood or received.
I think
I'm
it's
just,
entertaining when people have opinions about my art.
what was that?
I think it's kind of like entertaining when people have opinions about my
Oh,
art.
do you? Oh, that's
Yeah,
good.
it's so funny.
You're so evolved. That's amazing. No, I'm just like, well, I used to get very offended, and if there was a bad review, like, I'm just like, you don't understand. But I mean, I was like 20 something, very young. But I think that's amazing that you're just like, doesn't matter what people think. Because if you're doing it for yourself, and you want, I mean, it's to share. I mean, I want to share. I think that's the point of, otherwise it just would be in a complete vacuum. I don't know, but.
That's a really positive way of going about it. I remember when I first started doing comics poetry, and I like went back to all like my old like comics friends, like from like the Marvel scene in blah, blah. They're like, this is cool. Some of them were supportive, some of them just like didn't give a shit.
I think it's interesting, like you're from a different generation, but I'm seeing that like it's amazing at this point that I'm finally seeing people working within this genre and then contemporary art. Like that's it's amazing. Finally, I feel like it's like, it's been decades waiting for this moment. So that's amazing.
I've been really lucky because the first, sorry, I didn't,
Oh,
did you?
no,
Okay,
I was going to say you paved the way.
I don't know what, crawl through glass. Thank you.
because Jared and
Thank you for
Izzy.
suffering.
Anytime, I'm always ready to, I'm all about that. Suffering, just kidding. I'm joking. No, I'm joking. How do I backtrack that one? No, I'm kidding. It's just, well, that's why I make art. It's just like, you have to process. It's all a process.
Yeah.
That's what the whole book is. It's just processing.
Or either of you, because I'm particularly like even with like my visual art that I do outside of like publishing and poetry and zines, like all my work is very hyper personal.
Yeah.
But like I try to make it like appear as a puzzle that you have to put together, so you don't actually like see it right away.
That's what I think.
You know, as like a way to protect myself.
I do that exactly.
Yeah.
It's
It's like very cryptic.
Yeah, exactly what I do.
I feel like I just do that like unintentionally because like sometimes can't think like linear.
Your work seems so dreamy. Like it's it's really dreamy. It's beautiful.
Yeah, even if I like try to do like a continuous story, it's always like abstract or like choppy.
For my work right now, I haven't made. I don't know. It's all over the place. I personally don't like having like a specific style. Like I get really bored, so but like I have elements that are really specific to like what I do. Like I use a lot of like shapes, like circles or rectangles and kind of things, or like hexagons and stuff like that. And I'm really influenced by like science and the sea. So I really love like creating like using science diagrams.
Science diagrams.
Yeah, I love them.
diagrams.
Yeah, right?
Instructional manuals. Yeah, I
Yeah.
love them. Love them. Yes.
Yeah, I definitely use a lot of organic shapes. One thing that I've been really struggling with is drawing people.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I really don't like it.
Hands.
Oh, I love
I love
It's,
drawing
it's a
hands.
gift.
Yeah.
If you can do it, it's a gift. Yeah. I know I've kept people out of it too. I love animals, and a lot of imagery in this book are headless women, which is really weird because in the 90s when I was drawing a lot, I could only draw heads. It was like the head was always not a part of, like the body and the head was always, it was just this sort of,
a gap between the body and
just not present, like just like everything was in my head, I think, like thinking, and then the body was just separate, like I wasn't even in my body. Just looking back at old work, and now this book is just like there's the body, but no head.
So cool.
So
yeah.
It's a great
weird.
representation of it. I've
Yeah.
been trying to like make a comic based on an experience where like I like kind of like lost a sense of reality. I was like, how do you discern that in like a visual sense? Because like you're like almost like empty, like you feel like an apparition, right? I
Yes.
was like, how do you take like what's an empty feeling onto like a page that like needs to like not be empty? I was like, huh, that's really interesting. I like that.
Yeah. That's so cool. It's like a story in itself, your work.
Yeah.
Like a journey itself.
Exactly. Yeah, definitely is for psychoanalysis.
So
Well,
we
you
have
look at the work and it's like, oh wow, what's going on here? It's
so yeah, we have another 5 minutes left before like the wrap up. Oh, there is a question. Are we able to?
Yay.
I was just wondering if there are other artists out there making comics poetry who you recommend that you read and admire.
I don't know about you, either of you, but there's a comics poetry journal called Ink Brick. They're defunct now, I believe, just because of COVID. But they would publish journals of comics poetry all from like artists all over the world, and they're really fantastic. The first person who like published my work that was comics poetry. Shoot, I don't remember his name. I don't remember any of their names. But Ink Brick is something that's good to check out. They're still kind of around. Yeah, I know another, Driftwood Press is starting to publish comics poetry work as well. They're from the States. I'm not sure if there's any other publishers that I'm aware of because I've had to do everything pretty much myself.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Conundrum published my book, and he was pretty open to the just sort of the fluidity of it. So,
I published my book with Avery Hill. They're like from the UK.
oh, nice.
Yeah. They publish a wide spectrum of books because like they're really nice. They like to seek out artists who are just starting out. Yeah, and then it's just like so many different genres. Yeah.
Are there any individuals?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, Alex Rothman is one of them. He's one of the guys who started the Ink Brick Journal. There's another, shoot, I can't remember his name. He was the first person to ever publish me.
There was like, I think his name was like Adrian Koch.
Oh, yeah, Coach. Yeah,
Coach.
Eden Coach.
Yeah.
Eden Coach is really fantastic.
Yeah, and then I think Jillian Tamaki's work is,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
definitely.
very nice.
And then I'm thinking back in history, there's, is it Kenneth? Mark Bell was telling me about him. Kenneth Patchen, Pacon, Pachon, or En. Anyway, he was doing this type of work in like the 1950s. Like it's just like way ahead of his time. So yeah, you might want to Google him. Really interesting work. I'm trying to think of who else. Honestly, for me personally, I am so on my own, in my own thing. I'm just so used to being alone in my thing that I've just not been able to find a community. As I was saying earlier, it's just amazing that this is starting to happen now and people are starting to talk about it. And I'm doing a panel at TCAF as well, and it's the same. I think it's Rumi Har, Haur. And I think a lot of the people who illustrate for The New Yorker, I feel like their work is really poetic and just like there's a trend going on right now. Like I was saying, it's like poetry, comics, and then the meme. Like I just feel like again, that's just what's happening now,
Yeah.
which is really cool. I hope that helps you. Yeah. Oh, question.
I have, oh, sorry.
There's a question.
Okay.
Hi.
Personally, I don't really edit my work. I don't. It's like if I if the pages don't flow, because I look at everything very compositionally, like page by page. If a page doesn't work, I just throw it out and just start over again.
Oh my God.
I have a bad habit of like starting my comics over like 6 or 7 times. Yeah,
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I should get better at editing.
Yeah, it's hard with the panel
Yeah.
editing.
Yeah.
I mean, my work is all about editing. It's just like, I think this book was, like 900 pages. And I had to get it down to 224 pages, or it was something like that. And it was all editing, and it was absolutely ruthless, and it was emotional. Like, it was so hard to let go. And I just had to just be completely ruthless and but it's easy to edit my work because it's like, just pull this page, because it's all just the page and what's going to work together, because the work isn't really sequential. You can find a thread and you can find narratives, but I do really recommend working this way with just the page as the panel, and then, and I find also working with the binders, as I said earlier, it's so easy to flip through them with those archival sleeves. Like, you're just like flip through so fast rather than handling individual pieces of paper. So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, it depends on each comic and each narrative. Sometimes I will like just draw out a whole comic in like one sitting, and then sometimes it just takes months of like just editing and rewriting. But yeah, I use InDesign to like actually edit all my stuff, and like I can just like crop and paste and like rearrange so easily. I really like that.
Yeah, digital stuff is easier that
Yeah,
way.
yeah. Like, I always like draw my panels like as just like separately, and then I just like combine them all into a file, and then like kind of rearrange them.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Nice.
we're over time
Yeah.
here. Do you guys just want to like say where their tables are at, so that everyone knows where they can find you?
Yeah, I'm going to be signing at 3 to 5, and I'm just kind of hanging out near Mark Bell's table. Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram. My name's Sonia Allers. You're welcome to. That's where I've got everything right now, since I don't have a website at the moment. So yeah, thank you for listening. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I'm at B9. I think it's exhibition hall.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. It's not the gym, right?
And do you have any information of how they can like reach out to you or like see more of your work online?
Just like Karen Shangwan, or like at Karen Shangwan on Instagram.
I'm in the Shrimpy Pavilion small room. You can find my work at Milk Mess. I also have a little like solo show at Redgate right now happening, where I try to do like large scale poetic drawings. Yeah, and then also if anyone's interested, I co-host a comics poetry meetup every month with Cloudscape Comics. Yeah, which is really fun. It's pretty small still, and we're still trying to figure out the dynamics of it. But if anyone's interested, like feel free to like look up Cloudscape Comics and get the thing. Yeah, the Discord. That's it. And you're welcome to join in like anytime you want. Yeah, so that's us.
What day is it?
So we do it every first Tuesday of the month at 7:30 PST time.
Cool.
Yeah, we have a couple people from Toronto and stuff like that. And then eventually Cloudscape would like to make it an in-person when things get a little better. But I will probably continue doing it online for the people who can't come in person.
Cool.
I think that's
Yeah.
it.
Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome to take them. I'll just
rezzed out presentation. Oh wow, my voice is cool.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not blocking Bailey or anything. Good? Okay.
One for me.
Ooh.
Yeah, we can all look at our.
Should we get them on our respective pages?
Yeah.
Then it's not like constant flipping in the mic. I'll just do-
These things are big, chunky boys.
Okay, welcome everyone to the Salmon Run panel day 2. I see some familiar faces, so thanks for coming to both panels because we did one yesterday. And today we have myself, I'm Cole Pauls, I'm Teltan, I'm a member of the Wolf Clan, and I curated Salmon Run. Next to me, I have Wes Harmon, and then after that I have Bailey McCobb, and over there on the far left is TJ Felix.
Hey.
So I'm going to, I guess I'll let them introduce themselves besides their names, and then we'll go from there.
Yes, my name is Wes Harmon. I'm Carrier Watat, which is amalgamated under the Lake Babine Nation. I'm Frog Clan. I'm an artist, a curator. That's all I'm going to say. Bailey.
Hello, I'm Bailey. I'm Nehio Mitchif, matrilineally from Beardies and Okamassis Cree Nation. I am an artist and a writer, and yeah, that's all I'll say. Here's TJ.
Thank you, Bailey. I'm TJ Felix. I'm Secwepemc from the Secwepemc Nation. I'm from the Splatcheen region, or what's colonially known as Enderby. But we don't need to talk about that. I guess I don't like to refer to myself as an artist. I like to, I guess I do art, I do comics, I do animation. I'm a substance user rights advocate in the Downton East Side. That's mostly what my work is. It's trying to create access to art and acknowledging the many voices that marginalized people speak with, to advocate for themselves, and art is a big part of that. But I mean, yeah, that's what I do.
You're a creative human.
Yeah,
just-
I'm a
You
content
produce.
creator.
Yeah.
That's how I would
like and
describe you.
follow. Don't forget to
Like
subscribe.
and follow.
Hit
Follow
that
my.
bell.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, so I figured we'll just kind of like go along the row again and kind of discuss everyone's comics. I kind of skipped myself yesterday. I kind of briefly talked about it, but I kind of went to the other group. But so I'm gonna just take this moment to analyze it. So my comic is the first. It's the cover illustration below the logo. And she is sewing a slipper top with some pretty beads. And I called that, the title that, kind of like as a tongue-in-cheek thing, because, when you read the comic, you realize, like, she's trying to bead. It's the process, or I'm showing the process of kind of like how much labor and effort goes into a single thread of one bead, and how many accidents or hurdles you have to do to kind of like, build your piece. Like I feel like beadwork is something that's really undervalued in Indigenous art, and I constantly hear my friends who are beaders try to get lowballed, or someone argues with them that like they don't think that their beadwork is worth $80. And I kind of just wanted to illustrate, like, no, those beadwork, like, it is worth that much. It's worth more than that, because a lot of the beaders are only really considering like the how much like the inventory costs and not so much the effort they put in. You know, like it takes 100 hours to make a pair of moccasins, but if you charged it by hourly, you know, you'd be charging like thousands of dollars. So when I see a pair of slippers for $300, I think that's a very fair price. Yeah, you know, like I just wanted to really show that like there's a lot of effort that goes into beadwork. Oh, I should also mention too that it's not really said in the newspaper, but the prompt I gave all the artists when I curated this was momentum. And I chose momentum kind of just as a broad theme, because you can interpret it to any way you want. Like I made mine about the momentum of beadwork, and there's other artists who made, you know, political comics, or other artists who made autobio comics, and it's, you know, like personal momentum, or pretty much any, you know, any of the comics you can see there. Like I can see the sense of momentum, and rather than me explain everyone's theme of momentum, I'm gonna let Wes talk about their own piece.
Thanks, Cole. Yeah, so Cole invited me to participate in Salmon Run, which was very exciting, and I am very appreciative of that.
It's this page, by the way.
Yeah, so that's my page. And then he gave me the theme of momentum. I have not had a lot of momentum. I've been very busy, but the last couple of years have been really, I mean, I don't know how else to describe it. They've been fucking awful. So, so the idea of momentum was like so difficult to deal with. One of the only zine that I made for this fair it's about trauma and dealing with suicidality and those types of issues that kind of come with dealing with my own chronic depression and anxiety. So it was one of those things that was sort of like overwhelming to encounter. So, but the way I solved it was instead of putting a lot of pressure on myself to like explain a lot in a comic, because I think sometimes that is my impulse, is to explain everything I'm feeling and be really precise and be really thorough in how I'm talking about it. But it's often more digestible to kind of scale that back, and then it also leaves more room for the artwork. So I wanted to try something a little bit different with the paneling. I really love Michael Yagalanis, who did the logo for the Salmon Run. I love the way that he's handled paneling in the past. Mine is not as elaborate, but it just working with different shapes and working with flow and thinking of momentum as also something in terms of stylistically, like what looks like it's almost moving. And I think that's always a goal when I'm trying to illustrate something, is like I want it to have that feeling of like it's about to start being animated. Yeah, so it's kind of a glum comic, and it's like kind of a halfway positive way to end it, of this idea of just persisting and continuing and doing my best in the circumstances. This fucking train, I'm so sorry if it's making me really nervous, so I'm gonna end my thought there and pass to Bailey, who's also nervous from the train.
Yeah, I also have like train stress right now, so ignore me if I like start talking really fast, or like, yeah, also saying fuck the train. So yeah, first and foremost, I just need to like take a moment to thank Cole for inviting me, because this is one of the like coolest experiences I've ever had. I'm honestly just like a hermit home artist that shares my stuff online and like doesn't go out. And so this has been such a neat and overwhelming opportunity. And the train is stressing me out. But yeah, when I got the prompt of momentum, I was just kind of sitting with it, and the first thing I thought about was I just moved back home. I live in Nanaimo, and there's like lots of old growth logging happening, and I started thinking about like the momentum, like the slow growth of like old growth, and how like it is a form of momentum that is so like takes place over thousands of years. And like I kind of want to cry talking about it, like just knowing that those things are being obliterated is really painful. And so it like, sorry, that was totally my like feeling at the time, was just like, how can like the momentum of these like beautiful ancestors be like cut dead in their tracks just to make some fucking paper or something? Like, it really upset me. And so sitting with that and crying, I was like thinking about what I could say in a comic, and then I started thinking about the momentum of our people and how, you know, it really does just kind of take one person standing up for something that they believe in to be like, hey, like, I don't agree with this, I'm gonna make a stand. And I think that one person really can instigate a change, and that was kind of what I wanted to demonstrate in the comic, is like, if, you know, if one person's passionate about stopping something in its tracks, like old growth logging or something else, it's totally possible. And so, yeah, that was kind of my thing. I do want to make a note. I drew this in like late November, early December, and I wrote in the thing like Trudeau must go, and this was like pre-convoy. And so like when I look at this now, I'm like, I really wish I didn't put that in there, because it's such a weird thing. I was talking to someone earlier, like a friend of mine, about how sometimes like two extremes meet in the circle, and how like, I don't know, when I moved to Nanaimo, I saw like a fuck Trudeau thing, and I was like, yeah, fuck that guy. And I had no idea that it was gonna come full circle into like this far right extremist nightmare that it is. And so now I find that stuff triggering. And so, yeah, I just kind of wanted to touch on that in the comic, because I am triggered by myself. So, yeah, it's your turn.
Thanks, Bailey. It's my turn, I suppose. I guess I should start by, you know, thanking Cole for letting me be a part of this and being so accommodating.
TJ, this is the last page, sorry.
Yeah, I'm very last. I think I got my piece in last. Cole and Jarrett were so understanding. I took so friggin' long to get this thing done. I didn't even start doing it until like 6 months after the initial due date, I think. I was going, like, I mean, the past half year, you know, it's been really gnarly. I was on and off the streets for a while. And then you know, Cole reached out and was like, hey, just a reminder, this thing was due, or whatever. And I was like, okay, well, and I finally got housing, and I was able to focus on something. The piece isn't really, I don't really do comics anymore. I kind of do, like, I take pieces that I find in my environments, in alleyways, and outside when I'm, you know, wherever I might be, and I work with that material. This was made on a really awkwardly sized piece of cardboard that cost a shitload of money to get scanned, because for bigger pieces you need to get a special scanner or something. And I usually don't go into making anything with like an intention or anything, because for me personally, art is functional, and art serves as a harm reduction tool to keep me from going completely fucking nuts, because life as an Indigenous queer substance user living with ongoing trauma and historical trauma, and also in a country that's actively trying to murder us, albeit in a very polite way. It's a polite genocide. It's rough, and like art has always been. I've been on and off the streets since I was a kid, and art was always something that was a way to process everything, to help me think clearly in like spaces that are chaotic, in spaces that are like very overtly violent, to ground myself. And so I didn't really go in with the intention of making something about momentum, but looking at the piece, it's something I realized, that I hold very dearly, is the idea that the people, that art should be accessible to everyone, and that having faith in people being able to be better and being able to express love in a non-judgmental way, and like having some faith that things might get better. I need to have that, otherwise like I would be dead by now. And during the past 6 months, I left a relationship of 10 years, and then I was like homeless. I didn't have any plans or anywhere to go, and I knew that in the back of my mind that because I was doing the work to be reciprocal and actually show up for people that I care and love about deeply, and I knew that, one way or another, that I wouldn't be sleeping in a ditch or something. Because, if you just have that belief and you do your best, people are going to show up in the same way. People like Cole and Jarrett, they're so understanding in a way that I've never seen in anything in the arts, or like, in the arts sector. I love art deeply and I need it. It's central to my life, but the arts sector and the culture that surrounds it is just so fucking toxic and horrible. But yeah, Cole and Jared are kind of changing that up a bit. It's pretty inspiring stuff. And that's it.
Thank you for your words, TJ. The patience thing, I want to say, like, I want to work with you, and I want to work with Bailey, and I want to work with Wes, and I want to work with everyone else in Salmon Run. And I didn't want to settle or kind of like change my vision over anything, and I wanted to give you guys all the space and time you needed, right? So like you or all the other artists who are kind of like slow to finishing your pieces, like I just want you to be in it. And that's the important thing, is to have you included in this scene. Like creating Salmon Run, I was complaining to Robin kind of about my issues with the comic scene and how, often I feel like I'm the only Indigenous person in the room. And Robin offered me this opportunity to change that and to invite, 12 or 11 other artists to create this newspaper, and then also to, invite them into this space and give them a table and to give them a platform like this panel. So my patience for you and all that, like I have the intention of like, I want to include you. I want you to have this, I want you to be in this room when we have this conversation, because I'm sick of being like one of 3 Native people on a panel constantly, like I want to see my friends on stage with me. And, that involves, being totally patient and just waiting for the thing you want. And I'm very happy about your submission and what you contributed. Like, it's one of my favorite pieces to tell all my children. But I picked yours last because I thought yours was the most powerful and most impactful, and it was so, there's so many layers and there's so much details to it, and every time I look at it, I find something new, and it was like really cool to look at when you submitted it, but to see it in person and to have it 1-to-1 size, compared to just like my tiny 13-inch screen, it's so nice to look at your piece and like get lost in all the collage elements. Like you say you don't make comics, but you reference so much comics in your collages, or at least this collage specifically. Like you have Tintin, you have like, I assume that's like the John A. MacDonald from the $5 bill.
Yeah, it's money from play money from a dollar store.
Right, yeah. So like there's all these layers to it, you know, that I noticed when I finally got to see it in print, you know. It doesn't do the art justice by zooming in on my computer and looking at all the small details. It's so much nicer to look in person.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I have a hard time with dead space, and like there was a version of this before this one that was way too busy. And like the thing is like the way that art is, I function, you know, within art. It's kind of also having like, you know, ADHD. I kind of like have a hard time finishing things, and we'll just keep going and going and going, and just like filling up every space. But yeah, I'm happy how it turned out. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I
an art piece. And yeah, it's like there's like so much, like the history of comics is so steeped in like white supremacy in in a lot of ways, and like very like overtly like white centric, like for the first however many decades, and like
First 100?
Hersha, and or is that how you pronounce, like the Tintin dude, Hersha?
Hersha, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have so much, like, his work influenced me so deeply as a kid, but, you know, getting older, you know, realizing that we don't have to settle for the very little representation that we have in
Yeah.
comics or in any media, and how, like, you know, really horrible a lot of those comics are. Like, Tintin in America is just such a horrible depiction of Native people in America.
Yeah.
And it's
atrocious.
so like I took, you know, I've been really into collage, and I've been just really into, you know, ripping up and fucking up all my old horribly racist comics and recontextualizing them. So like a lot of my work recently has had a lot of Tintin. Yeah.
Wes, you mentioned Michael Nicole Yagalanis about your kind of like your layout, and you drew like two really big ovoids that kind of like anchor your piece, and then you got like the open panel in the middle. And I could totally see it, you know, like I don't know, I've known your work for a long time, so it's just really cool to watch you kind of change things up with you. Yeah, I don't know, like when you submitted this piece, I was like, there's so much white, you know, like there's all these pieces coming in, and they're like really heavy blacks or really heavy reds, and then yours came and it was like more heavy on the white, and the piece I chose beside it is Jared's, like Stank Daddies, and it's kind of like, it's got a lot more red, but it's the same kind of like breathing space. Yeah, I don't know, I'd just like to hear you talk more about kind of like your decisions on your layout.
Yeah, when you were saying it's hard to know when to stop because of ADHD, I'm like, yeah, same. And I think what I've been trying to do with mine is, like, I do want more of that breathing space, partially because even though I enjoy kind of this maximalist thing as I'm working, when I'm looking at something as a viewer, I'm like, I actually kind of like when I compare things back. But it's still there. Like, I think I'm just finding different ways to add texture. Like, instead of doing a block of black, I'll kind of scribble in and use markers that are kind of losing their ink to give a little bit more texture. And then all of the smaller details and that type of thing. And I think that it's like that granular kind of quality to them that I'm looking for. Particularly because, like, a lot of the time when I'm making work, it's meant for print, and it's like the paper will give you all of that feeling, or not all of it, but like a substantial amount about it. But when you put it on a screen, everything just looks so freaking flat, and it's so annoying, and it doesn't have as much dimensionality, or it's harder to get that. And I do everything with traditional media first. Color's the only part I really like to do with digital. And that's also the anxiety of thing, because like if you use color and you mess up on your, like I'd rather have it on the screen. But yeah, I'm really trying to find some kind of like balance, and I think there is more of kind of a vernacular starting to emerge the more I do comics of how my little worlds look. And there is something satisfying about having them kind of look more uniform as time goes on. This comic would very easily fit in with some other ones I've done over the last few years, and to me they all kind of live in the same universe of things. And there's something really comforting about being able to build that universe and have that kind of running as a parallel to what our in real life, off paper lives are, which is something I really admire about your work, Cole, is like it feels like its own world, but it is also so distinctly you.
Yeah, I was just noticing too, like when I was separating your artwork to get printed, I said it was so white heavy, but there's all these little red lines everywhere, and I didn't really notice that until like you gave me the separated layers, and I was making it. But yeah, that's just like a really cool element I notice in your art a lot, where you add these lines that like, I don't feel like I have the confidence to like add all these extra lines and make them all squiggly and make your characters look so like it's almost like there's like when I look at your comic, even with the trees and stuff, it looks like there's like 1,000 miles per hour like wind, you know, like it feels like such an epic moment, and that's something I really like thrive to do with my art, is kind of make it more animated. And when I look at your piece, you know, just the way the hair flows and everything is just like, yeah, I can hear the gusts, and it's not from the train.
Yeah, I was born in Prince Rupert, and I grew up north, and I mean, a good windstorm. The windstorms in the city are like not at all fun, but when you're in smaller places, like my grandma lived in a trailer with a tin roof, so it would just be the rain pelting on it, and all around you, all of the cedar trees are just wiggling around, and that's just such like a strong image I have whenever I'm working.
Bailey, your piece, it was done digitally, like completely?
Yeah.
Is like, that's like is that your normal thing, or do you like to do more traditional stuff? Like,
I'm honestly like all over the map. I've been doing a lot of digital art lately. I'm gonna scratch that. I've done like traditional art for many years, and then I started doing digital, and it was a slippery slope because I am a horrible perfectionist that's really hard on myself, and digital art has like opened up this new depth of perfectionism that's really toxic.
Yeah.
And so yeah, like I like after I did this, when I was like zooming into the most minute detail to like get a facial expression, I had this moment where I was like, what am I doing? Like, what's wrong with me? And so, like, in one of my zines that I brought to Vancaf is like, I wrote it in 24 hours and wasn't allowed to like, I didn't allow myself to edit it or look at it or anything. And like, I'm trying to break out of that perfectionism a little bit. And so like, with like the skateboard that I brought and stuff, like I'm trying to get back to my roots and like make more traditional art and kind of like ease up on myself a bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, this piece was a bit of like, yeah, a bit of like me being hard on myself.
The wild thing, you talk about all this struggle you had creating this piece, and none of you know that like Bailey did this in like 2 days. Like it was like I invited them, and then somehow they did it within like 24 hours, and then the next day they were just like, I'm done, here it is. And you acted like it was like late, and I was like, that's not you're like the fastest turnaround I've ever seen. And it's like you put 1,000 hours into it. Like it looked like you like answered my email and then proceeded to just draw until you finished it and then sent the email again. Like it was like, I was shocked. And then like, Jared asked me who would I recommend to do the land acknowledgement comic, and I was like, Bailey. Their turnaround was literally 24 hours. Like, you should ask them. And then again, yeah, like, you did such a kick-ass job, and it's really cool to see, you know, the land acknowledgement comic and then this comic, and look at your art, and I don't know, just seeing a different perspective of it being full color versus, you know, black, white, and red.
Yeah, it's definitely like, so I too have like ADHD, and the thing with me that happens is if I don't do something right away, I won't do it. And so with like certain things, and like I do, like I'm on, even though like ADD and autism are all part of the same spectrum, like I am on the spectrum, and like I can hyper focus for hours. And so I was also really like excited about this, and so it was like, okay, like start it, because you don't want to forget and then not do it. But then like I got into it, and then I'm like, I'm never gonna stop. And so it was just like, yeah, both of those things were like really exciting, and I felt very inspired by it. Like with the land acknowledgement comic, I kind of laughed when I emailed Jared about it, because I was like, we had like talked about it, and then we had plans the next day to like have a sit down and kind of talk about the expectation. But I felt really inspired, so I sent the rough sketches before our meeting, like that night, and he was just like, what the hell happened? And I was like, I got inspired. So yeah, it's bizarre, but I don't know, I get these like bursts of just like, I'm doing it.
No, you did such a killer job, and just the way you illustrated your panels too, like my eyes can like just go in circles for days looking at the tree growing. Like I love that part. Like it's like there's a lot of detail, and it's kind of like a quiet moment, and it feels so separated from everything else because it's like white and black, or sorry, yeah, the red, white and black is like the, you know, the squares are all red, so like it yeah, I was so impressed by your comic.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot to me.
I think we have about 15 minutes left, give or take, so if none of you have anything else to say, we could probably open it up to questions.
Yeah, what up?
Yes. Yeah, so I was pretty much offered the opportunity to just make some changes that I wanted to see in the comics world. And Robin and Jarrett offered me the opportunity for Vancaf to publish it and to kind of make it a focal point of Vancaf. So yeah, we went with it, and took about a year to make. But I'm really, happy with the process and what we've created and stuff. So, yeah, a quick answer for that is I bitched to someone, and then they were like, let's make change about it. So we did. Oh, yeah?
How do you get out of a creative rut when your mind's just drawn to blank?
Ooh.
You feel like you can't get bored.
Okay, maybe I'll answer it and then you guys all go down? Sure. For me, I just absorb some more media. So if I don't have the urge to draw, or I don't know what to draw, I'll read a comic or watch a movie or watch a TV show, or read an interesting article online that I have saved in my bookmarks or something like that. So I just I seek out the inspiration when I don't know what to do or feel unmotivated. And that's what usually does it for me. It just takes to read a good book, or even just flip through it and be like, damn, comics are cool. Things are fun after all, and and then I get to it.
Yeah, I would say I also like looking at comics, particularly more experimental styles, further away from the kind of studio production of them, just to look for different ways that people work with framing particularly. Paneling is the most challenging part for me, because I think I have great ambitions of like how I want to break conventional things, but it is also helpful to like kind of lock those down. So with this one, it was nice to kind of split it like, okay, there's 3 panels. I want to break the borders of them in a couple spots just so it doesn't feel trapped in. But the other thing I like to do is super, super bland, and I'll read an academic text, which is not to say like what the content of those texts is boring or anything. I just find like the way that academic language works in my brain is very different from the way that my drawing brain works. And I think there's something about the dichotomy of those two things that is really helpful. So Leanne Simpson is a favorite to read for me. There's usually something I can connect with in there, and just like reading and seeing how someone else's brain works and how they structure things can be really, really helpful for me. And then I can go make my own mess, so.
I think for me, I had a similar question on West in my panel yesterday, and like I realized for me, like my big thing is like I turn to my community. I feel like I mean, just at this table alone, there's so much talent, it's amazing, but like I am very blessed to know so many people that are like poets and beaters and carvers and painters and like writers, and there's such a wealth of just amazing work in like my kind of urban indigenous community. And honestly, like just kind of taking a step back from my own brain and like absorbing what everyone else is doing and just being like surrounded by like amazing indigenous people and like seeing the work they do and like hearing their words, and that kind of ignites a fire in me, and then I kind of am able to come back to it. The other thing that I have been really trying to do is like if I do get stuck in a creative rut, not to like pick at it. I think I used to really like you, like, what are you doing? Make something, like this is what you do. And I'm just kind of at the point now where I'm like, if my brain's not braining, I'm just gonna relax and like try to do the things that bring me joy and like find some peace and like not go too hard on that, because that can take me to a kind of like dark space. And so I'm just like, yeah, I'm just gonna, watch some comfort shows and eat some food, and it'll come back. Like it always does. It's just be gentle on yourself as much as you can.
Let's see. I think there was a time in my life, maybe when I was, I think every time in my life that I've had a creative rut or that was a consistent thing, looking back on it, I realized was a symptom of public school and colonial standards. It's taken me a lot to deprogram from all that, but to be at a point where I feel stabilized by art, and it's because I don't listen to anything else but me in the piece. I think if anything that would resemble a creative rut, it's when I try to acknowledge that the artwork is a living thing in itself, and if I'm met with resistance, I'm going to respect that, because art has agency in itself, and it needs to be respected. And and just also acknowledging that time is a colonial construct, and that it shouldn't be what really dictates when and how we make art, and that just taking time to get to know a piece. I think I usually don't I'm always working on something, whether it's music or art of whatever medium. So I always have ADHD things, like about a dozen different things going on at once. Sometimes I hyper focus on things. where things just feel like they're flowing very consistently. There's other times where, something doesn't feel like it's flowing, so I move on to another thing. And then I won't come back to it for months or maybe ever again. There's been a lot of pieces that just will never be finished. And, I have to respect that, maybe they weren't supposed to be finished.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you like worked on an album and then didn't work on it for a year and then finished it. So, stuff comes out. It just, it needs to be the right time, I guess.
Yeah.
We're kind of like at the time we're supposed to end this. So we'll take like one more question and then we should probably wrap things up because I don't know when the next panel will be. Yes. Ooh, good question. Yeah, we have future plans. We're not gonna spill the beans yet, but yeah, there are future plans for Salmon Run. We printed 10,000 copies, so we just want to spread them out now. And after the festival, I believe Vancaf is gonna start distributing them, and I think my publisher Conundrum is gonna help distribute it as well. So the plan is to like send them to any bookstore that wants them. So if you have any friends in faraway places that want one, just tell them to get an order through Conundrum, and hopefully we can get some copies their way. Yeah, great. I guess that's it. So thanks so much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
us?
Let's introduce the moderator.
Oh no. With this karaoke mic.
No, not yet. I'll go upstairs and turn it on, and if your guests
Okay, sure.
unlike this morning, get them to breathe for a second, you know, instead of just going right into it. So just start get them going. When you feel the light on your face, that's really good.
This is a karaoke microphone that I've never used before. Should I keep going with this? Really? You want me to keep going with this? Deeper voice? Okay.
Which do you want?
This is Ron. Ron is going to introduce a deeper voice. This is on.
Magic voice off.
Oh, no, we want it on.
Magic voice on.
B is deep.
Magic voice B.
There you go.
All right, everybody, here we are. Thank you for showing up this afternoon, taking time out of your busy schedules. My name is Sonia. I am the moderator. The other moderator has COVID, so they could not show up. So here we are. This is Mark Bell. This is Ron Ricci
That's right.
Jr. This is Justin, who I just met.
Hello.
Justin, last name?
Gerdine.
Okay. So if everyone here, we'll start with Mark Bell. If you'd like to talk about yourself for a minute and introduce your practice.
Oh, okay. I'm Mark. I draw comics and make art, and I guess this panel is about music, so I've been making music recently. Well, I've done music here off and on, but...
Hi, you're here.
This is Andrea Lukic.
Hey, awesome. No, welcome. Thank you. Okay, do you want to introduce yourself? Yes.
My name is Ron Ricci Jr. I guess I started Xeroxing my own comics in the very early 90s, which was when I met Mark, like 92 or 3 or something
pen
like
pals.
that. And
Pen pals, yeah.
I've done many things since then, but mostly just made Xeroxed comics. And as far as music goes, I guess it's just always been like a hobby or something that I like to goof around with. I've played drums in regular bands, but I just kind of like to make weird sound effects and goofy stuff like that, but it's very much a hobbyist kind of interest. It's my other art is more serious or something.
You like to use your hands. You like your hands in your art and your music.
Yeah, I guess so, sure.
Yeah.
No, well, I really like theremins.
Yes.
I can actually relate. I like to use my hands when I make art.
There's other things you can use.
I hate that.
I mean,
Okay,
Oh, you
and
mean-
who are you? Who are you?
oh, me?
Yes.
I'm Justin Gerdine. I also, again, I make things with my hands. I make art. I do a lot of painting and sculpture and stuff like that. I'm kind of more newer to the comic book, graphic novel world. Mostly played in a lot of bands, played a lot of music. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. I'm familiar with these microphones, played music before. I'm Andrea. I also started making zines probably in high school. Collage mostly, I guess. Comics. Always read comics. And kind of accidentally made comics because I started putting writing on drawings and saying what the people in the drawings were saying rather than just letting it kind of be interpreted. Music, also kind of accidental. I actually met Justin out of high school.
Rocking and rolling.
But started doing comics more often and seriously, I guess, in the last maybe 5 years. Yeah.
I'm just curious if any of you have a preference, like what you prefer to do, like which one you choose over music or art. Anyone wants to jump in?
I used to always think music was better until until I sold some artwork and didn't have to split it up 4 ways. And I also didn't have to travel 10 hours in between getting another piece
I've
of
heard
that.
similar people like to play solo because of that.
Yeah, true. And I also did that, actually. I toured.
Makes the van life lonely, but
You know
you get there on time.
I toured with Andrea's band one time. They were a 2-piece, and my band I was sick of playing with people. So I played with a backup track and 2 mannequins.
Oh, wow.
Because I wanted, and a lot of times people would come in at the end of the show and say, or they'd get closer and then they go, oh, I thought this was a 3-piece band.
I think people forget that you can really deceive the audience really
Yeah.
easily with stuff.
With
It's true.
mannequins.
Yeah, I had a friend who sang in a side of a speaker cabinet once. They hollowed it out and they just put the mic up and they were in it and everyone was trying to figure out where it was being broadcasted from. And then at the end, he just burst out of the.
That's great.
It's incredible.
And I wasn't expecting that at all. Like,
No. Was he nude when he came out?
I wish. No.
Love it.
But if you ever try that, definitely be nude.
Yeah, pig's blood, nudity.
Okay, so I know Mark Bell the best of this group, so I'm going to ask you a quick question and we'll go from there. So
Okay.
I only found out 2 weeks ago that you have a band and that you have an album out, but you have never performed.
Yeah. I mean, years ago, I was in a Yoko Ono cover band, and we did 3 songs. I was Yoko, I guess. We did Why and Why Not, and one other song I can't remember the name of. So it's the screaming stuff. But we didn't record any of that. But I've always seen it kind of as whenever I've done it, sort of as a hobby. And the band I'm in now is just like a studio band. We don't play live. I work with these 2 people in Guelph, and I've said, "Oh, do you ever want to do a show?" And Brad was just like, "Oh, I can't. I just make up stuff, and we improvise these recordings." And he says I wouldn't even be able to perform it live. So, anyway.
So it's more of a studio project.
Yeah, I guess it's a studio project.
Called
hobbyist project.
But Marmalade Duplex.
And I kind of like just designing records too. So I love records, so it's kind of fun. It's almost like I'm doing it just so I can make
art.
record jackets or something.
But if you wanted to go on tour and he couldn't do it, you just do the Chuck Berry thing and get someone in every town to learn the song.
That's against the law.
And then you show up and
Yeah, these pickup bands.
Yeah.
So that works well for introverts, because a lot of artists are introverts, but then the band, you're extroverting. So I don't know if you want to talk about that.
What, being an introvert or not?
What are you?
I don't know.
Because you were in a very famous band.
No.
Yes, you were. Called Lavender Diamond. We were speaking earlier, and you said the trajectory was straight up, and then I didn't know it went that way.
I would have preferred this maybe.
Yeah, that would be nice, but I didn't know about this part. So
That
what
part?
was this? Do you want to talk about this part or this part?
No.
Which part? You could talk about any part you'd like to talk about, or being an extrovert or an introvert.
Playing drums is fun, but it's really funny how nobody ever asked me if I knew how to do that. But then eventually we were touring with a band and this woman, and she was doing a practice on her practice pad and doing all this stuff and everything, and I was like, oh, I don't know how to do any of that. I don't know the first thing. But sometimes I'd be playing guitar and they're like, give me a 4 on the floor and do this thing. And then put it in the key of G, and I'm like, I don't know what.
Okay.
How about I go like this? I kind of only play one beat.
Hands on.
Yeah.
So you're totally self-taught.
Yeah.
You are self-taught.
But I think I've done the hitting things and the drawing ever since. It was 2 things I did when I was 3 years old and didn't ever stop.
Okay.
And I don't know, I was at the first grade about if I stop drawing, within a month I'll completely lose my mind. I will go completely psychotically insane. Because I've tried. I can't,
Stop.
I have to do it. I don't have any choice. I was obviously put on this world to make drawings or something.
Amazing.
And I think that's a kind of human that exists anyways or something. It's
Yes.
But yeah.
I believe it's called.
Have you ever stopped not drawn for a really long time?
Oh yeah. I
What
like
happened?
not,
What
I
Mark-
love not,
Mark,
I
what
love not
happened?
drawing. I love not drawing.
How long can
And
you go?
sometimes I think, what would who cares?
A
What would
year?
happen if I just stopped? It wouldn't matter.
It wouldn't
Would you?
matter.
But would you lose your mind? Do you think?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I don't.
No, you replaced it with perfecting a pizza for a while.
Oh yeah, that's
What?
true.
You too?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
he was
that's
a
true.
cook.
You get something to talk to
No.
Pisha about. He's
No,
been
but I'll
trying to-
probably, I mean, I think, no, but I think it's like I think, well, I could always, it's always a relief to me to think, oh, I could just stop, but then I probably won't. But it's a relief to me to think, oh, I could just stop and not do this anymore.
I don't suggest.
That's how I feel about heroin, actually. I'm like, I could probably stop. This is not a big deal. I won't, but probably I could.
No, you can't.
Okay, so we'll go around. So is your practice a daily practice of art making or music making?
Probably both. Yeah, I think I'm the same. I'd probably go insane if I stopped.
If you stopped, which
yeah,
one?
either one probably. I've tried to stop music actually, but that one was easier to stop actually than drawing, or making art. But yeah, it's I kind of got to do both all the time, and I'm not good with doing nothing.
No.
You know, so yeah, I go mental if I.
What is your current band called?
I'm in a band right now called Rinse Dream. It's like a punk band with a lot of, we use a lot of samples, so it's kind of like a collage. So, you know, like we have a song, instead of having like a guitar line, it's just a bunch of samples of Elvis coughing from the 70s.
Oh my God.
You know, so, but there's still like a
Where
melody.
do you get those
in the
from? From
song.
records? No.
Oh no, we just found like old interviews and stuff,
Okay,
and then we
cool.
would just like sample them out and put them on there. And it's easier than learning to play the guitar, and but there's also guitars and stuff in there. But yeah, it's just we kind of made it like this more. It's sort of like it's kind of like an art punk band, but kind of heavier than what typical like art punk bands are kind of.
Cool.
So.
How about you? What is your preference?
I don't really draw that much, to
Really?
be honest. Like I think about drawing a lot.
You think about it.
Yeah, and I'll like collect images all year
And then you'll sit down
and write
do
down
it?
stuff all the time. But and I write too.
Yeah.
But drawing is really time consuming. Like and so I have to I don't know, I get kind of it's like a bit of an illness for me or something. I just to plan it out so much.
What's the illness?
I just need everything to be a certain way for me to sit down and draw. It takes weeks, you know. I'm
Oh yeah.
everything has to be in order. I have to have a good dream.
Okay.
I have to it's just all these things have to line up for it to actually work. I get kind of embarrassed sometimes when I think about how little I draw. And music, I was the same kind of at the end. I started noticing that I didn't let band members have a cigarette or take a break. So I was like, it just has to be done at this time, and we have to keep going this way. So I don't know. I think I'm a bit of a control freak, so it's hard to just be casual.
Be casual. Oh, and so
I doodle a lot. I guess that's
that's
drawing.
art. That's
Okay.
art.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Doodle.
That counts.
That's totally counts.
I doodle on lots of things, but actually sitting down and drawing.
When do you doodle? What's going on when you're doodling?
Doodle at work, doodle, I don't know, everywhere. But actually drawing is it's a lot of buildup. It's my own fault. I just have made it that way.
Oh, it sounds like you have an internal archive, and then when you're ready, you're ready, and when you're ready, it's like waiting to write a novel in a way.
Yeah, and then I'll draw for 3 months for hours and hours and hours
Okay.
every day,
Yeah, yeah.
and then won't.
So
for-
your preference is music, it sounds like.
No, music was kind of the same.
The same, okay.
I think I'm harder to get along with than I was when I was younger. I just built up some kind of weird habits. So now everything just takes a long time. But it gets done. I'm my own boss and bandmate now, so it's fine.
Oh my God. Sorry, I'm just wondering if it's generational. We were talking earlier about, well, I'm Gen X, and everyone had a band in the 90s. Everyone made zines in the 90s. We did it all at once. So I'm just wondering if it's, because I'm not sure,
But people would also kind of be one thing or the other.
one or the other, or both, or one.
One or the other. It'd be I do this, I play guitar. Do you play bass? No, I play guitar. I read Guitar Magazine and that kind of stuff. And I get the general sense from younger people that being an artist means doing a whole bunch of different things at once, and they wouldn't pick one necessarily.
Yeah, I feel
Or would move from one to the other without really hanging on to one or forming their identity around it. It's a generalization, but.
So do you think it's more acceptable now to be doing more? I feel it's
Yeah, I feel like when I'm surprised if somebody does one thing.
right.
They tend to do a bunch of different things or something like that. But
You have to monetize your hobbies.
they monetize their
Yeah,
hobbies.
that's
Not
what
to
I've
mention
been-
like stuff changes and like nobody uses up whatever it is anymore, and they have to switch or something, or I don't know.
It's just creativity, I think. It just depends.
Like if you made GIFs, like there were artists that like they just
Yeah.
made GIFs, right?
Yeah.
But they probably moved on by now. Or is that NFTs? I can never remember.
Well, do you? Because you're a bit younger. What are you?
Gen Z. Just kidding.
You're Gen Z. See?
I'm like 19.
You're 19.
No, I'm not.
How old are you?
33.
Okay. You're Gen Z.
Did anyone believe I was 19?
I totally. I did. I'm very naive.
No, I'm not 19.
No. But you're a different generation, so, and you're the one doing it now. You're what
Yeah.
we just described.
Well, I mean, it's still kind of it's a novelty, right? Like people be like, oh, a musician and an artist.
Yeah, I don't see why it's so
Now I
shocking.
guess it's not.
What was that?
Now I guess it's not what you're saying.
No, I mean, whoops, sorry. It just seemed before it was, people could not wrap their heads around it.
I think it's not that different. I mean, maybe 10 years ago, I did a giant drawing at a gallery, and these people were saying, oh, what a great drawing. And then this guy said, hey, you know, this guy plays in this band, blah, blah, blah. And then they go, oh, that's pretty good for the drummer of... and all of a sudden, they put this little thing on it, and before it was good, and then once I was a musician, it was good for a musician.
Oh,
you
wow.
know, so, yeah, and that was not that long ago. So I think people still...
And I went to art school and it was kind of considered like an annoying part-time job. Like that was like, felt like the equivalent of like, I have to go on tour. You know, like I need time off.
What was,
Like it was so uncommon, like, oh, why do you have to do that?
What was art school the annoying
Yeah,
part-time
no,
job,
art
or
school
the
was-
band?
It was just kind of novel, like, you know, like it wasn't like everyone was making music and art. It was like, I have this band also and I got to go on tour, so I need, you know, time off or something. I don't know, I just felt like it was more novel at that time. Now I feel like people are probably, I don't know, doing everything all the
I don't know.
time.
I feel like people who can do several things at once are a special breed. You're a special breed.
I see people like walking down the phone and driving while they're like talking on their phones while they're like walking their
It's the
dog, and
same
I'm
thing.
astounded. I can't talk on the phone and like leave my house at the same time. I don't get it. Multitasking.
Oh, so you can't do that.
No, I
you
can't.
but yeah, because so you're single-minded. You do your drawing
Yeah, I only ever do
every
one.
day. You just
Yeah.
that's amazing focus. That's a hyper focus. Yes. It's a superpower.
I just like mainly-
to walk.
oh, sorry.
I like to walk and talk on the phone.
I like to get rid of paper. Get rid out of my life.
Oh yeah, you've been doing good at that this weekend.
Yeah, I've been really
Mark
just trying
has
to.
moved
My
many
main
pounds of
practice
paper.
is trying to get rid of paper.
Come to his
Get
table.
rid of paper. Well, I gave a lot of it away yesterday. Getting rid of paper and sort of organizing what I've already done, and that's mainly what I'm interested in.
Is offloading paper.
And organizing my external hard drive and cataloging what I've already done and maybe making some more books. And then when I get into a book, then the OCD kicks in, and then I actually am interested in working.
No, I did. I asked you. I texted you a while ago. I said, "Oh, Mark, do you draw every day?" And you wrote
No.
back.
What did I say?
You wrote back in all caps. No.
No.
And I was shocked.
No, but I probably doodle almost every day.
You seemed
Can you
angry.
do you think you could memorize lyrics and then sing them? Like all of them at once? Because that's a skill that like
I don't
obviously
think
tons of
that-
people have that
Yeah.
I could not memorize like an entire page of text and then read it in front of people.
Yeah,
Never
I'd
mind,
have
like,
to
sing
have
song.
I'd have to
You're
probably
like, let's
have
sing
it
that
with
song
me.
from 10 years ago. I have no idea.
lyrics.
Yeah.
They're not
Can you
your
do it?
lyrics.
If you had to try, you don't.
Well, because in your band, you're the singer, correct?
I'm the singer.
Do you keep the sheet of paper in front of you?
Well, one of the things we did recently was we decided to make a recording, and I was like, I don't have any lyrics. So we decided to do an improvised version of stuff from Genesis's Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. So we did it all in one take, and so the other guys just started playing, and I took the lyric sheet from this double prog rock LP and just sung from the lyrics. And then we decided it was a condensed version of Lamb Lies Down on Broadway and presented it as such. And then we did the same with a Chili Peppers record.
Oh my God.
Which one?
Which we never listened to, which I've never heard in my life. I've never
Was
heard.
it Blood,
And
Sugar, Sex Magic?
No, it was
That's the only one I know.
Stadium something.
Arcadium.
Yeah, and
Californication?
So
Oh, that's another one.
None of us had even listened to it, but I just looked up the lyrics on my phone and we just did a 15-minute version of a hour-long record.
That sounds like your work. That sounds like your
Did you send a
art.
copy to the Chai Peps?
That's your
I
art, man.
would, but
Maybe I can help you out.
Okay.
Got some connections in Los Angeles.
Wait, do you have a question? Do we take questions
Yeah, let's
at
take
this?
some questions. Let's get some. You up the top.
Oh, well, we were trying to come up with a band name. We were going to call it, I was thinking of calling the band Pectin Bungalow, and then my name was going to be Marmalade Duplex. And I think it was Justin said, why don't you switch them around? Was it
Yeah.
you? I think Justin said, why don't you switch those around and call the band Marmalade Duplex? I don't even know if it's a great name, but we're stuck with it.
There's worse.
Yeah.
Hello, please.
I have a question. I'm curious how, like, as people who are both musicians and artists, and musicians is a type of art, whatever, like visual artists and musicians, how much does like the ability to like market each type of art like affect what art you choose to make?
Market.
Like,
Check.
How much ability, like how much do you find that like you're like, oh well, like I know I can make money selling a
Okay.
comic book versus it's really hard to make money playing a show or whatever. I don't know. I'm a musician, so I'm
Yeah.
just curious about that.
I've never made money off either.
I mean, that's a hard one actually to think about. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of crossover for me in my mind because I mean I've also like made like 20 album covers, and I kind of think of that as a music project, but not really like an album cover project. And then with bands, like going on tour it's a hell ride. You know, you're just begging for change basically, but it's fun. I don't know. I feel like selling art is easier to make money. I mean,
But I guess it also just becomes, as far as marketing it, I guess it just becomes a price point. Like if you paid to make a product, then you just figure out how much to charge for it,
Yeah.
where you're not gonna lose money. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that
T-shirts are
depends
like
if you.
the
But then
happy
if you have a publisher or
Yeah.
something, or someone who's putting out, then it's different. I'm not sure.
yeah, true.
I guess so. Like, sorry.
Yeah.
Because like for me, I don't make money with the music that I make generally. Like, so I have like but you guys seem like professionals.
Right.
So I'm just curious how like being a professional affects the like the choice of what art you make.
Oh right. Yeah. That's a quick,
Did you catch? You clarify? You got that, Mark? Can you
Yeah.
help?
Oh, maybe Ron.
Ron.
I don't know. I don't know.
I
It's
think Ron.
I don't know. I don't. As I said, I don't really have a choice to be an artist. It's like what I have to do, and I don't know. I guess there wasn't anywhere to market or tell anyone what I was doing until I was like 40 years old, until they invented the phones and stuff. So as far as underground stuff goes, the idea that you're doing it for any other reason than just do it kind of blows my mind. But you're talking about like monetizing hobbies, and that is a weird thing in the modern world to
And-
me, because
yeah.
underground culture, and the reason I liked it and I liked all my friends doing stuff is because you just do it because you have to do it, and you just want to make the thing. But I am a professional. I went to school for illustration, and like I've been working making my comics and stuff like that. But as far as the inspiration goes, it's like I think it's a huge weight and not really good to think about what you're going to do with something when you're making it, whether it's art or music or stuff. And I think that getting in the way, like, I would generally tell people to do whatever it is for like at least a decade before that crosses your mind or something. But maybe that's weird advice.
Yeah.
Or something, or like, like I've had, or a privileged advice or something like that. But that's a big thing, depending on how much resources you have as a person. Because only certain people can do certain things and buy certain equipment and stuff like that, and some people can't. But usually the energy behind what it is.
Yeah, I'm either lucky or stubborn, but I just won't do anything I don't want to do. And that's a real privilege. But I mean, I'm not rich, obviously, but I feel like I'm just determined just to do what I want to do, and I really try not to go through with anything I'm just not interested in.
I'd say you're stubborn.
Yeah, stubborn.
But if somebody gives you the numbers with the zeros in the end, you think about it more, right? They're like, Mark, you gotta make this thing. You gotta make this much by this day.
Or what if the lawyer calls up and goes, "Hey, that Minions thing actually."
I know.
Oh my God,
right?
Mark, talk about Minions.
Oh, we don't need to talk about that.
Yes.
But it was a Nike in Asia approached me and they said, "We want you to do this or that, the other thing," and I was like, "Well, no, you'd have to put some more zeros on the end of that for me to do it. If I'm gonna sell out and do something for Nike, you gotta pay me."
Yeah, add some zeros to that.
But yeah, the Minions thing is a whole other. We don't need to hear that.
I thought you were writing a memoir about that.
I started trying to write a screenplay about it, but it's in a very rough state.
Some of it has to do with like audience stuff too, because I hear a lot of people talking about like how they craft what they're doing to suit their audience, which is another thing I can't imagine thinking about, which in some ways is a privilege maybe. Because I know
crafting to.
If I was doing it like changing something because I
the
thought they would
audience.
like it better,
Yeah.
would they like this better, is something that kind of stops me from doing it. But there's nothing, especially with making art and comics, you want to make something that people will like. That does make sense. But he has a question.
Question, hi, yeah, you.
As artists at one of the first comics shows back since the pandemic, and as musicians, what role does presenting, like on the topic of an audience, what role does presenting your work to an audience or being in front of people as an artist play in your creative process?
Me?
I'm trying not to.
Somebody.
It's all up.
Oh, I mean, they're fairly different. I mean, playing music, it's like so gratifying, when you're on stage. There's people right there reacting right in front of you.
The world of music is very fucked.
Yeah.
And I don't see it being fixed anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, it is
the way that it was set up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're pretty different things, I think. The way, yeah. Hopefully music will, come back around. I don't really know how, but.
Musicians might be forced to do some different sort of stuff, which might be cool, because the whole 3-minute song, nightclub playing at 11 p.m. thing was just kind of like 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Came in maybe different stuff or something.
Yeah.
It would be nice to see more integration with music and art together.
From what I know, comic books have done pretty well with things, with everything that happened compared to other forms of art.
Yeah.
The people have kept buying the books because they were home to read them or something like that. I don't know if it's a bubble, but in general, seems
Getting
like
sick of the internet is probably.
Maybe that too. People do like the books on paper.
Yeah.
That's true. Tactile.
Sure.
I'm sorry. I find this really interesting. I think you guys are great. I am curious, as visual artists versus music, to me, music has a very temporal quality to it. It's something that happens in a moment, in time. And how is that what does it feel like to make visual art that isn't like that? I guess is that a good question?
I mean, an opening can be kind of the same as it can have a similar vibe, I guess. I mean, in the end, it's just a bunch of people getting drunk in a room.
The sort of the magic space of like the music performance, like it's like incredibly in the present. That's a really specifically magical thing. No matter how much you practice or like why you want to go see the same band over and over again.
Yeah.
You know, like if you've heard the same song like 15 times, and then you're like, oh, they did it a little different here, or they didn't quite get it there. That kind of thing isn't really repeatable anywhere else, really, and that's a real, which is different than recorded things and stuff like that. But those things that like you don't know are going to happen and stuff like that is kind of, that's the real kind of core of it, it seems.
Have you ever found a way to like recreate that on the page, if that makes sense?
I think it's there. I think there's like a bit of scaffolding, you know, like between what's seen and what's said, right? Like what isn't there, what is there. And there's like a conversation between the two that sort of in music happens. And the less you say or the more you say, it changes. And so it does have this sort of euphoric, it can have like a euphoric feeling, a comic as well as music.
Well, you were talking about how you can only draw when like it's like the perfect alignment of the time to doing it. So it sounds like you're working in the present.
Yeah.
I know that I do, and probably Mark does, fairly kind of like meticulous kinds of work. But there's a lot of artists that draw really quickly.
Yeah.
Or like, you know, like do that with, in a way that like they don't think, and that's, can be very like in the present or something. Or it shows a sort of confidence or something like that.
Follow on from that, do you find it difficult to say, okay, this is done and I'm happy with it? Or do you have a problem like trying to edit, fix and edit and edit and edit and it gets finished?
I just feel like I'm talking.
Oh, you're good.
I
We need you. We need you.
What do you think? Do you change?
I got all George Lucas all over everything.
Yeah.
Is that you, Mark? You're
Love
George
it.
Lucas?
What?
You just want to be a script writer.
I just want to change. No. I like changing things around, even if it's already printed. Like if there's if something's being printed again.
Perfecting it?
No, I wouldn't say perfecting it, but if there's like for example, I drew this strip for Kramer's number 10, and then I decided, and it was oversized, and I decided to make a comic book out of it, so the format changed, so it left all these gaps, and I'm totally happy to make more material to fill in the gaps. I don't know if that.
I find the only way with cartooning personally is that I can't look back, and if I finish, especially like doing graphic novels that are so long, if I finish a panel or a page and I don't like it, I just turn the page and do the next one. Because comics are kind of like, they continue, you're always doing a new one, and if I stopped and kind of tried to rework everything, I probably wouldn't get there, and I kind of feel like there's always the next drawing, I'll get it better or something. And I have seen a lot of my friends take forever to finish their work because they can't get it right. And they're like, I'm going to take out these 3 pages and put in this panel and put this thing over here. And I just decided to just cut that out and I'll look at I look at stuff and I'm like, I should have fixed that and this sucks. But because it's cartooning, I let it go. I think if I was a painter, I would just work on the same painting forever or something.
Questions? Or do you want to talk?
Oh, no.
We got another question? Where's our question? Oh, hello.
So comics and music are both time-based arts. How do you find the way that you play music affects the way you sequence your stories?
Ooh, good question.
I don't know.
Because you're the drummer?
I mean, I've like, I need some lyrics, and I'll look through some drawings and steal words from my drawings. I don't know.
When I'm drawing, I always have to listen to like something without words. Actually.
Yeah, me too.
I can't listen to anything with words, or else I can't think.
Oh.
It just like completely messes me up. So I like a lot of times I'll listen to just like.
What do you listen to?
The last one I did I drew a 250 something page book, and I listened to the same Eric Satie song over. It was just a record, and it was like every day when I put it on, it almost like made me go back exactly into the space that I was supposed to, that I had left or something. And I thought, I'll do this a couple times because it'll be funny. And then all of a sudden it just became like what I had to do until it was done. But yeah, generally I try to stay away from like the music I listen to regularly is like too chaotic maybe to sit and draw to, I think.
Do you find that chaos gets into your drawings?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, sometimes I try to make the music sound like a drawing. A lot of times, like especially with the band I'm in now, it's like it's very collagey and very kind of cartoony in a way.
Huh.
And sometimes I'll see a drawing and think like I want the music to sound like that drawing. But yeah, usually with drawing, yeah, I usually just try to like try to keep it mellow, you know.
I'm the opposite. I get really lonely or something when I'm drawing, so I always listen to like lots of talking. I listen to like trial coverage. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I listened to the whole Ghislaine Maxwell trial coverage for the last show I did, and the art doesn't look anything like it, I don't think. But
It's weird. I can do that when I'm painting, but
Yeah.
when there's drawing panels with dialogue is where I.
Right.
I didn't
Okay,
realize that
okay.
was the question. I like put on baseball. I'll put on baseball. Work on
Sports,
drawing.
yeah.
Like I'll listen to music where I'll put on baseball or hockey. Or not hockey, it's too busy, but baseball's so boring you could put that on it. I don't know how much it affects things.
So that's your process. You put on baseball and draw.
Or whatever, or well, music. I didn't realize that was the question. Or just, but I'll listen to I'll listen to music with lyrics or whatever. I don't know, whatever.
What's your drawing process with music? Do you
I
listen
think-
to music when you draw?
Yeah, but I do have, depending on what it is, if I'm writing out the words, if it's something I have to think about, I can't listen to somebody singing because I'm always listening to like what they're saying
Uh-huh.
and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I would maybe put on the BBC or something like that when I'm trying to like hammer through stuff.
And when I was working on the strip Slogan Schnauzer, I had the characters always spouting slogans, so I was purposely listening to just junk to like where there's ads to try to pick up.
Right now, $2.99.
Right now.
Like garbage? What were you listening to?
Oh, I can't remember. Like I think, for example, I would put on maybe sports, so I would hear the ads and hear like current sports ads and all that crap.
You in the middle have been raising your hand for a while, but you're kind of hard to see.
You're backlit.
Yeah.
You're good.
But that's cool. I can see you.
Soundtrack. That's a
Yeah,
great
I've done that
question.
a couple times actually. I also got really interested in doing just zines on tape, so it's just voices and sounds, and it turns into some kind of collagey type thing. But I like the idea of a soundtrack to a.
John Carpenter is really good.
Yeah.
Oh my
for
God.
that.
Yeah.
I love it.
I've been listening to lots of John Carpenter
Same.
recently.
John Carpenter. is so
I've been
good.
listening to lots of horror soundtracks and library music.
Ooh, which
Because
other?
YouTube will give you, it'll never end.
It just keeps going.
Yeah.
What other horror soundtracks have you been listening to?
A lot of the John Carpenter, I started with just the Morricone stuff.
Yeah.
And that led me into the library music. And the library music is just like, there were people making every kind of music. I ended up listening to like Soviet bossa nova. There's this whole genre of like all the different kind of like Latin percussion like styles done like behind the Iron Curtain. Oh my God. Because they just learned it and play it and stuff like that.
My downstairs neighbors are 20 years old, and they play guitar, and they play a lot of white blues music, blues music, which I don't love. So when I'm avoiding drawing, I often will put on brown noise, like an 8-hour
Oh yeah, they have the I listen
brown
to those.
noise. It's like white noise, but it's deeper. So I'll just put that on so I don't have to listen to the music my neighbors are playing.
Weren't they playing a lot of Stevie Wonder as well? Is that? I just called.
Well, they played. Well, they were playing the other day. They were playing "Isn't She Lovely."
Yeah, and then you did some
So
research.
I'd wake up and
You
they play
researched.
intermittently throughout the day, like 9 a.m. They'll start up, and they'll play they're students apparently, but I don't know if they ever go to school. And I was told they were engineering.
They can do that on the
students.
computer now, you know. They don't have to go anywhere.
Yeah, so they'll play for like an hour, and then they'll stop, and they'll like throughout the day.
Did
And then they started bringing drums in. So then my speakers go on the floor, and then I play
Wow.
really loud
Wow.
music just to drown it out.
Did you ever do a soundtrack thing? I feel like
Well, I
for
don't
a comic,
understand
a soundtrack to your comic. When I was young, I had the idea to try and do that, and I never it like never came together really.
Well, me and a friend had a group of, we would watch Roger Ramjet or something, and then we were trying to, me and a childhood friend, and we'd try to draw beneath our abilities. So we drew these comics, or these drawings about these characters, the Galaxy Gang, and we did make a audio recording for the story.
Mhm.
Like, turn the page. I think it was like a fart, and you turn the page.
I like the idea that like the beep turning the page thing. I've always kind of wanted to do that.
Sound, yeah.
Yeah.
Like with these things. What
Yeah.
are these, by the way?
These are stylophones.
Stylophones. Are you guys gonna jam out?
Only if there's nothing else.
How
to
are
say.
we for time for the? Or are you gonna? Yeah. How are we for time for the? A jam. What's your preference? One more question or a jam? You want a jam? Okay, I think. Okay, we've got.
Are you guys take that
I'm gonna.
one?
Do you want to take
Hmm?
this? If someone wants to take that.
Andrea?
Do you want to take that? And then you guys can jam.
Or-
I can let you be. I don't know what you want. Are you gonna? Yeah.
Do you have something? Do you have any music
some
apps?
Found,
Yeah, I'll
some
find some.
found.
I used to have a ton of stuff like this on my phone, and then I deleted them all because I needed them.
Ooh, that's nice. Hello.
Here.
Hello.
If you just turn it on, it has reverb.
Oh, I see.
But there's like 4 different voices. If
Hello. Hello. Hello.
the bottom half of the top button, like hold it.
Bottom half of the. Okay.
Yeah.
Or the places we didn't
Yeah, yeah.
At Alpine Credits, we
All right.
approve owners for
Here we
loans.
go.
Do you need help with debt?
Scam. Sorry I was late. Magic voice? Magic voice.
Magic voice off.
Is it the brown noise?
Crickets. That was crickets.
Oh, crickets.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you. What was that? Do you guys want to talk about where they can find you on the internet? Do you want to mention anything like that?
Oh, sure.
Do you want to do that?
Sure. I have a website, andrealukic.com.
That's great.
Thanks.
I have the same, except for it's my name.
And what's your full name? What's your full
Oh,
name?
my name is JustinGradine.com.
Justin Green.
Gradine.
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 Gradine. Okay, we got it. We got it.
I guess just Instagram, Ron Rigi Jr.
And mine's Mark Bell Department and DEPT and .com, and then the same for my Instagram without the .com.
The .com. Aw. Thank you so much for coming,
Thanks, guys.
everyone.
Thank you.
That's very funny.
And then they test to make sure you don't have TV and shit like that. Like,
Oh, hello.
Check.
I think the microphones are on. I think this means it's starting. All right. Okay. I guess we'll start. Hi, everybody. I am Jessica Delisle, and I'm very excited to be here on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people to be having this discussion with these three very cool artists. Did you want to introduce yourselves?
And we're starting at this end.
Yeah. Yes, why not?
Let's do it. Okay.
We all look this way.
Sure. I'm Doug Savage. I'm a Vancouver-based cartoonist. I'm best known for Savage Chickens, which is a comic I've done online for 17 years. And then I started doing graphic novels called Laser Moose and Rabbit Boy a few years back. So yeah, that's what I do.
I'm Adam D'Souza. I primarily am working on my webcomic Blind Alley, as well as a graphic novel, and I'm also Vancouver-based.
hi.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh.
We go. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, my name's Becca Tobin.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's wiggling a little bit. Let's see. I'll play that. And play
Reboot.
Yeah. That, yeah.
Oh,
There we go.
yeah.
Yeah, my name is Becca Tobin. I am a cartoonist and artist, and I post comics and like sort of sketchbook comics and things like that to Instagram, along with various other web platforms over my time. And I'm also Vancouver-based.
Cool. I'm also Vancouver-based.
Hey,
We're all
wow.
here.
Full house.
Whoa. What are the chances? So something that the four of us have in common is we've all shared our work online.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
probably
Yes.
some of the audience as well. So I've got a bunch of questions, and people are going to be able to, ask questions if they have any. But I wanted to start us off really easy. So this is for everyone. Anyone can jump in. When did you first hear of the internet?
The internet. Oh, wow. I think they called it the information superhighway when I first heard of it. And there was a little booklet that the government put out called Your Guide to the Information Superhighway. And they weren't really sure what to do with it. They were like, we know this is going to be important. We don't know why.
It's coming.
And that's basically, it was like 100 pages basically just saying that.
For real?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a real thing.
That's
It's
a
like,
long
this is
booklet.
Canadian government at work. It
Yeah.
was like pretty awesome.
When was that?
It was a long time ago.
Okay.
I think it was the early 90s.
The 90s, yeah, okay.
early
I was like, we
90s.
don't have to date ourselves. It's okay. But I think it's fair to say that you are you have seniority here in terms of internet.
In terms of the ravages of time.
Yeah, it's been a big part of our lives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's sort of seeped in. I don't know, for me it was sort of at a very formative starting teenagehood. I don't know if that was probably the same for you two as well.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, I first, when I was a kid, my dad's work had the internet, so we'd go to his office in the university to play Flash games on the internet or whatever, but it was dial-up modem.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And yeah, that was the first time, and I thought it was really cool because it was oh, there are games on here. And
Yeah, that was the main thing that I was
Yes.
my little brain was what?
Yeah, there are cool games that I can play on here. Was my first exposure to the internet, and then as a teen, I grew up online because I didn't have many friends.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Your friends are
Here we
just
are.
inside the computer.
Exactly. Yeah,
waiting
no,
to
I did.
be
I had
found.
so many friends online.
And I assume probably about the same for you. Evan?
Yeah, I remember getting dial-up when I was probably 6 or 7, and
Oh, wow.
my parents
Nice.
yelling at me to get off of Neopets because they needed to make a phone call,
Okay.
But
I feel that's such a universal experience
Yeah.
for a certain
Yeah.
age
Yeah.
group of
I was
people.
Totally.
okay.
Get off the internet because the phone, you can't use the phone
Oh
anymore.
my gosh, yeah. Okay, I just figured out I'm a little bit older than you both. It's okay, no. So thinking back, I mean, are there any webcomics that you would sort of follow religiously or check in with, or anyone you sort of grew up thinking was
early
cool
days?
through the internet like that? Just, I'm really starting with some easy questions.
Like early days, I remember dinosaur comics, which is
Yes.
still going. One of the few that are still going. What else?
For me, there's that era of like, I think when I was in middle school, like in 2005 era, where there's all those terrible video game webcomics, where it was like two dudes hanging out, being bros, and being misogynistic, honestly.
Yeah. A lot of those don't hold up.
Yeah, they do not hold up. But the first one I like really loved was probably like a 3-word phrase.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that one's so funny.
That one was good.
Yeah.
He was here not long
XKCD.
ago. He was here.
Yeah, really? Sorry. Yeah, I liked XKCD when I was a kid. I remember one of my friends introducing me to that comic, and then I feel like Dinosaur Comics was another one, another early one. I'm trying to remember what other. I feel like there were so many.
Personally, I was really into Natalie D.
Oh, nice.
Remember
Yeah, I remember
Natalie D and
D,
Toothpaste for Dinner? Like,
Yeah.
and then like realizing that those people were married in real life, and it
Oh,
like
no way.
blew my
Whoa.
mind. That was back when everyone was really private about their identity online.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sort of like pre-social media. So I mean, I wanted to keep things light because obviously there's a lot of dark pits we could fall into when we're talking about putting your art online. There's a lot of bummers. We can touch on that. I obviously have way too many questions to get through in our short period here, but I mean, when I was thinking about this, and we've sort of like proved it right now, is online platforms, social media, as they're always evolving and we're adapting to use them the way that the companies want us to and connect the way that they want us to, it's affecting the art that you make and how you can share the art. And it's sort of a generational thing. Like, you know, you can sort of gauge how old someone is if they had a MySpace or not, for example. So how do you view that as like having an impact on your work? Do you think of it as a challenge, or do you see it as, you know, something positive, or is it like, what a bummer?
Like how the technology changes what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Yeah, and how you just sort of have to like keep up with it. Like, for example, like the rumors going around now that on Instagram you can only post 3 stories and then they're going to collapse the rest of them. So for artists and people who sell their work online, that's going to put a big impact in it. But I think they're trying to veer us more towards making reels.
They want us to make reels
so
bad.
so bad. And it's like, stop making, like, reels
They're
is not going to happen for everyone, okay?
Horny for people to make reels.
Really? Like,
and I'm like,
chill out.
I won't do it.
Yeah. I really want to do TikTok, but I'm like, what do I do with it? Like, I'm drawing static images.
That's the problem.
Dance with them.
You gotta do like a TikTok
like
dancing.
dance while I'm drawing.
Yeah.
And,
Okay, that was another side question. Do any of you 3 have TikTok?
I had to delete the app.
I
because
have.
I was
probably
scrolling too hard. I never made anything on TikTok, but I'd watch it like if I was on it, I'd be like 3 hours of my life would just pass
I
just
feel
scrolling.
like that's a pretty common thing I hear from people that I know, that they're like, it's just to provide. I'm not putting out it, but it's like, yeah, do you want to get into dancing? Is that, I guess, part of it?
I feel like it's for the youth. That's how I feel personally. I'm like, I love to see the youth having a nice time on it.
Yeah.
But I feel like I don't want to, not trying to be a 19-year-old anymore. You know, I'm happy to have graduated into another. I think people are making cool TikToks who are not 19, but
for sure,
I don't know if I'm willing to be that person, I think.
Is there a comics world on TikTok? Do you know? I don't know.
I know my friend Jeff, he has started doing live sketching on
Oh,
TikTok.
yeah.
So he'll show himself drawing something simple, and then he'll put some music on it, which I'm like, yeah, I should do that, but I really still feel like I don't know what I'm doing as an artist. So do I want to share my process so you can see how bad it is?
That's so personal and vulnerable, too. It's like,
exactly.
Yeah.
I find TikTok kind of frenetic. It's like it's like Netflix asking you for the next episode, but faster and more
Yes.
intense. It's
Yeah.
like- and it doesn't ask you. It's just like, okay, we're moving.
Here it is,
Here's the
here it
next
is, and you're
dancer.
like,
Here's the
stop.
person like
It's like,
touching
slow down.
slime.
Yeah.
Like, slime. I
Here's a
always get
person
recommending slime
cutting
videos.
soap, and you're
Cutting
like,
oh
you're
my
wasting the
God.
soap.
There are so many soap cutting videos.
But
I
it's
guess.
so
Soap
satisfying.
Yeah, it's
Have
like-
you not
Never
seen
heard
these?
of this.
Imagine a bar of soap where someone has scored it and then they cut into it so all the little bits like flake off.
Fascinating.
It's like I think it's an ASMR thing.
I think it is.
I
but
don't know.
It doesn't do it for me. It just.
Okay.
But
I'm just like-
there are so many people love it.
I hope they're collecting the small cubes of soap and remelting it
I
into
hope
a
so.
bar of soap
I
so it's
hope
not
so.
wasted.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's my brain. It's like,
Yeah.
how are we
It's like a
recycling
big
this?
mess. They're making.
Yeah, which, you know, sometimes
And, I
sometimes you
think-
need a big mess.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem, like with some social media. There's always new tools coming out, and you kind of have to figure out how it fits with what you do and use it in a way that you want to.
Mhm.
Yes.
And that, yeah, so you're not bending yourself to fit the tool. You're more like, what can I do with this tool that's useful? And
Using it to help rather
Yeah,
than,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
feeling.
And I feel like there are some like webcomics that do that, like especially I feel like it's weird with Instagram because it's so like you really have to like if you're really playing to Instagram, you're like playing to this like corporate algorithm in kind of like a way that doesn't feel so good. But like I feel like pre-Instagram, like there were people doing like endless scroll comics, which like looks so good, and like people
Yeah.
really using like the web to make a comic that like looked
Totally.
like just like made it interesting and cool and like using that to like tell the narrative. Whereas I think something like Instagram, like you can do that, but it's just harder and it feels like maybe more cynical sometimes. I
Yeah.
think to try and
Yeah.
make something that like really fits that platform.
Yeah, and it's also like it is dictating how your work is going to look and how like the batches of how you can share it. And like if it is a traditional sort of like square panel comic, it could, you know, be beneficial. But if you're wanting to do a lot more detail or something that's not as linear or, you know, larger scale, like it's not going to look great on there. So how do you adapt to that? Like at what point do you three feel like you're fully saturated with the various different platforms and social media and you're like, I'm good, like I don't need to add another.
Right now.
Yeah,
Now?
same.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm
I'm on,
same, yeah.
I'm on Twitter way too much already, and like
Yeah.
hearing like when everyone's like, "Oh, Elon Musk bought Twitter, we should leave," and I was like, I think it has its chains around me.
Yeah.
I can't leave. If I leave, I'm never going to another social media platform.
Yeah.
The way I feel is it's like Elon Musk sucks, but then
Yeah.
probably the people who own Twitter right now suck. I
Jack
don't know.
sucked.
Yeah, Jack
Yeah.
sucks.
Yeah,
Like
they're all
I know
terrible.
it's like
It's like it's not really about
it's like one billionaire or another billionaire.
Yeah,
which
it's-
I know it all sucks.
it's not about the corporation itself, it's about the community that's found each other using the tool of the
Yeah.
platform. So
Yeah.
you kind of just have to block out the evilness, I guess.
Yeah.
yeah.
But that's, I mean, with Patreon, that's like a newer thing that people have started using. And I wanted to ask you if you found a balance between not only making your art, like your comics, but then that feeling of, oh, but I should be also creating bonus stuff, like process videos, like you're mentioning with your friends on TikTok, and like, here's my sketchbook, and you know, that's all more time that you're putting into online.
That's
and
like the main reason I haven't done Patreon yet.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's a lot more work.
Yeah.
it is, and then you sort of feel like the guilt of like, oh, these people are paying me, I should be giving them more. Do you find that it's helped you like with your creativity?
I do,
yeah. I also have a Patreon, so I'm like, I know this guilt where I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
And then my husband's always like, they're just giving you money because they want you to keep doing what you do, and I'm like, I know, but I
That's
should.
been my experience
Yeah.
of it. Is people are like, I'll often be like, do you feel like you're getting enough? Like, is there anything you want to see from me? And I'll either get no comments or just people be like, no, we're just here because we like your work, which is really
Yeah.
lovely. Like it.
Yeah.
I think the internet, like, for all the bad parts and of it, is like it's a really nice way to have a community built
Yeah,
around
totally.
comics and your comics and I don't know, all these micro communities within it. So
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like that it's like a show like this, like so many people who I, knew online first. I met at shows like this, you know, in real life and stuff like that. So like, yeah, it's kind of, I think that is, yeah, I think Patreon's nice because it is a way where someone can just be like, oh, yeah, I'll give you like a couple of bucks every month.
Yeah.
That's something I can do. And like, yeah, I don't know. I also feel the guilt though because I'm a really sporadic Patreon updater, and I pretty much just like scan my sketchbooks. I don't do anything more than that, and I'm always like, should I do more? Maybe I can make more money if I did more. But also, I'm like, do I want to? Do I want to feel the weight, that weight of it? You know?
And like, am I supposed to be a marketing wizard now?
Right, yeah,
Because
exactly.
that's not what I got into this. Like, I did this because I love making art, and now I'm supposed to know how to play the game with the algorithm, and yeah,
It's tough because marketing becomes way more part of comics than anybody ever expects. And
Yeah.
even when
100%.
when you're publishing, like when you've got a publisher, you kind of think, oh, they'll do a bunch of stuff. No.
Yeah.
They expect you to chase stuff down and do interviews, and
Yeah.
it's still a lot of work on you as the creator.
Yeah. And that was something I was wondering as well, is how important do you think it is to have like a centralized place, like a website anymore now that there is social media? Like, do you feel like it's a way for people to find multiple projects? Like Becca, for instance, like you also do tattooing.
Yes.
And so I saw on your Instagram that you post like comics and art and like personal stuff and tattooing all in one place.
Yeah.
Do you find that, I also saw that you have on there, no DMs, please.
Yes, I do. It's not because I don't want people to DM me. It's just that I cannot fathom the way that the Instagram DMs works for people who I don't follow.
Right.
Like you go
The,
on
like,
it and there are like
requests.
3 different areas in the request where it's like all DMs, highlighted and I'm like, what is the difference? I don't know. And then when you click on them, they're never in order. They're never in chronological order. So I'm just
And they
like,
disappear
don't do
after
it.
like a
Email
month.
me.
Like,
Email me or somehow get in touch with me another way. It's and especially with like tattooing and stuff, just because there's so much like people will try and book that way, and I'm like, I will lose your DM.
Yeah.
And then you won't. Everyone will be sad, you know. Like, so I feel like it's just to mitigate, like that is to be like, use my. But yeah, I use my Instagram for like
for everything.
For everything, and then I do have like I have a like portfolio site where I have like kind of more of my art and like a little bit more professional for like, I don't really know why. Maybe someone somewhere will use it, you know.
Everyone should check it out. I read a bunch of your comics on there.
Exactly. I have a lot of comics on there for free and stuff like that, where I'm like, I want there to be like a place where people can kind of just like, without having to go through like chronologically what I'm posting, to sort of be able, I think that's really, I really like that when other people have that. So yeah, I kind of had that, but.
Because definitely, like this is about the new wave of webcomics. Like, definitely, say, even 5 years ago, 10 years ago, like, it was very much, you knew the URL of your favorite webcomic. You would go there first thing when you open your computer, and you would go through, you know, your 5 favorites or however many.
Bookmarks.
And
having a bookmarked tab situation.
Just open all tabs and be like, yeah, this is how I start my day.
That was nice.
Yeah.
That was nice.
And there are, of course, like artists who still work primarily in that format, like on their website, and they have their fans who go to that. But do you find, like, are you aware of your traffic and your analytics and your stats and those?
It's changed a lot. Like, because I started my comics 17 years ago, like in the early days, you definitely had to have your own website, and most of your traffic came through that website. So you could watch the analytics, and there's someone from Japan, and then the traffic went up and up and up, and then social media took over, and then the website traffic just tanked, and because people were reading it in different places, so then you didn't really have a good sense of how many people are reading your comic the way you used to, because you used to be able to just look at your website stats. But now they're reading it here and here and here and here, and there's different analytics for each of the tools, and you kind of have to piece it together, like how many people are reading this thing.
Do you find that it like dilutes it being on more platforms, or do you feel like it's a wider reach?
I feel like it's a wider reach with different expectations. Like, I think the people that came to the website were like fans, and then the people that kind of occasionally see it tweeted are maybe just random people that happen to see their friend retweet it, and there's a loyalty difference, but there's a wider reach. So you're getting into more places, And maybe not so many of them are staying with you as the old days.
Adding bookmarks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a big pile of bookmarks.
I feel like whenever anyone starts a new venture still nowadays, you'll be like, oh, do you have a website? And so often it's like, no, not really.
Oh, sorry. I was told when I have www.blindalley.com, and I was told by people when I tweeted that out, they're like, oh, it's so old-fashioned. You have a homepage for your webcomic. I was like, oh, okay.
You're like, I inherited it.
Yeah.
Been in my family for generations. I mean, but that's for a specific project like Blind Alley. That's that's a self-contained. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it becomes like, you know, a popular tattoo artist is also making comics, then it's like, where is the community?
Yeah,
like
where
you
do
sort
you
of
find it?
you shift, and it's like, where do you draw the line of like, am I missing out on this cool community on TikTok? Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe that's for a younger generation.
Yeah, and I also I've done quite a bit of putting comics out as PDFs on Gumroad and stuff. Gumroad kind of imploded this year or whatever, so I don't use that anymore. But for a while, that was a way of doing stuff where it was oh, if I'm not publishing it, I can still people can still have access. But even that feels I'm do teens download PDFs? I don't know.
I mean,
probably maybe. I don't know. I don't want to say that teens don't because I don't know.
I mean,
teens.
Yeah.
Shout out if you.
Shout out to the PDF teens
Shout
out
out
there.
to the
Yeah.
teens if you download PDFs.
I mean, if there's still teens who you see walking around wearing Nirvana T-shirts, I feel like the
maybe
PDF.
PDFs are cool. Maybe
Yeah,
they're cool.
it's a retro file format.
Yeah, it's like a point and shoot camera.
They're doing some cool stuff with PDFs.
Of files.
Yeah, it's like analog.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously I've heard everyone I know say that social media is bad for their mental health and, comparing yourselves to others and, wanting to stay off of it. How do you balance that feeling, which I'm assuming probably most people have, with also feeling like you're connecting not only with people you know, but readers and viewers who you haven't reached out yet to? Do you think about that actively? Do you think okay, I'm going to post this many times a week, or I'm posting too much, or that sort of
It's a tough one.
weird thoughts that maybe only I have?
No, I think I don't know. I think with me, when I started my strip, I was very private, and I didn't want people to see a picture of me on the internet, and it just felt weird. And then over time, the real life Doug and the internet Doug kind of became the same over time. But I still control my online identity in terms of I don't whine on the internet because I don't think people want to read that.
Yeah.
So I'm kind as I can be, and I'm positive as I can be on the internet, and I don't talk about my neighbor smoking pot out the window or cooking onions again, or just complaining about life. I'm trying to be positive, and that seems like a good way to interact online.
Yeah.
Though I find people who are starting now, there's no definition between online and offline. You're just there.
Yeah.
And probably people don't think about it anymore. But
Yeah,
I
and-
still try to just be kind.
I mean, I think that's a great way to live, just through any platform and IRL. Being kind is always great, but yeah, there does seem to be times where, I mean, if your art is the main thing that you're getting money from and expressing yourself through, there is always a time when you're like, the world is on fire, we're in a pandemic, everyone's stressed out, there's a war going on, here's my comic. Does it ever feel like I shouldn't post right now, or do you think it's more like people need a distraction, so this is why I'm happy to provide it?
I think it kind of depends. For me, I think there are definitely times where, when stuff is I don't know, I'm trying to think of an example. I feel like the, George Floyd sort of protests and stuff like that, when there was a lot of dialogue going on that was important, and a lot of people a lot of visceral pain online. I feel like that kind of time, I'm I don't need to be being like, hey guys, buy my zine, or whatever, like, I feel like, I feel like there's like a time and a place depending on like, and so I feel like there are like times when there is, like a weird collective pain over one thing or another that I feel like I'm like, you know what, I'll just like, I don't need to post today or whatever.
Take a little hiatus.
Yeah, but I think it depends. I feel like I really agree with you about being kind and trying to, push like good vibes on the internet as much as possible. I feel like I mean, my art is kind of that anyway, but like I feel like I'm very much like, I don't want to, like bitch about someone who I hate online, or like, like I don't really want to be like, this is my soapbox to tell everyone exactly this is how it is, or anything like that. Like I feel like I'm very like, no, I just kind of want to post my art and see if that like the art touches people more than like my
let the work speak for you.
100%, yeah, and that's really important to me when I'm doing it, and I think it helps me feel like sane, that and like being more like having like a privacy, like a boundary of like what I want to share with people online versus what I don't.
For me, I think it's really important to like, I view Twitter and Instagram as like unnecessary evil, and I mean, I do actually really like it. I think when I view it as this thing I have to do for work, in order to like make a little community in like this little walled garden where like people reply to my comic strip and I begin to recognize their name and I know what characters they like. Like I think there's something really beautiful about that, and just engaging in that kind of distanced way where when I'm on Twitter, I'm Adam D'Souza, the cartoonist, and when I'm not on Twitter, I'm a full person.
Yes.
But you don't owe social media anything, but it's very addictive to do that constantly and overshare and all. And like I'm guilty of that. I grew up with Tumblr. Like I cringe with what the internet has on me. But like I think it's really important to like not give the internet all of yourself.
Yeah.
Even as an artist, like you should do work for yourself. Not for Twitter.
100%. Yeah. Stuff that doesn't need to be online, or like doesn't need to be shared with like thousands of people or whatever. I think that's really, really important to do too.
Does anyone have a Finsta?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And do you recommend that?
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's all just my cat though.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a lot of like me being like, here's my partner.
Yeah.
Like, here's some food I made. Like it's very boring.
That sounds great. Okay, you mentioned Tumblr, which I think we probably all had our Tumblr phases. Mine still may be ongoing.
I've heard it's good again. I've heard it's got good.
It's kind of good.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm a very visual person, so like that's what I like about Instagram. Sort of Tumblr is just the classic that. And as Instagram starts changing more to reels, I'm like, I like still images too.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is not a Tumblr promo. I just wanted to ask, this is another one of my real hard-hitting questions. Does anyone have any embarrassing usernames from their past that they would be willing to share?
Oh my god.
No pressure whatsoever.
I'm just trying to think of like the worst one.
My Neopets one, when I was like 7, was Snoopy Poopy.
Oh.
And then
That's so cute.
my Gaia Online RPG one was named after one of my OCs when I was 10, which was like 2 made-up Japanese words that I'm not gonna say. So embarrassing.
Okay. This is like painting a bigger picture of you, and it's like making like your influences make sense, and it's like,
oh no.
I'm gonna think about this when I read your comics now. I mean, I've got a lot of embarrassing ones, so I still have embarrassing ones.
Nice.
Like,
Nice.
don't feel bad.
I had the Soul in a Cup.
Oh,
One that I had,
wow.
which I feel like was
Damn,
pretty.
that's
That's
beautiful.
That was deep. That was like
Deep, Becca.
that was like an RPG one that I was
Oh,
like,
nice.
yeah, this is
Nice.
pretty cool because it also shows I'm a little bit of an emo.
Yeah. I think
my soul, maybe I don't really know what it means now in retrospect, but it seemed very cool at the time.
good.
I was really proud.
It's evocative.
It is,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it?
I'm glad I got
bring
that
it
question
back.
in.
Rebranding.
And how important do you think that is to like have everything under the same name versus different projects under different names?
It's helpful.
Yeah.
Because I started off, I did a lot with Savage Chickens, and then now my Instagram is Savage Chickens, but it really should be Doug Savage.
Right.
'Cause I've moved, because I have multiple projects and they don't all fit into that, so my
And you're a
Twitter is-
human,
yeah,
not a
that-
chicken.
Yeah, exactly. So use your name if you don't know what else to use. Just go with your name.
Classic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is useful because then people can find your other stuff. Unless you don't want people to associate certain stuff with other
Right.
things, then maybe that makes sense. But I feel like for me, I'm like, yeah, it's nice to have everything kind
Mhm.
of all together and under. But it took me a while. I feel like when I was younger, I was really into having a million usernames.
Your different identities and
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. I was worried about getting fired initially, I think.
Yeah, I
because
wanted to keep
because I started
professional.
drawing comics to make fun of my day job. And that's why I draw them on Post-it notes, because I was just stealing office supplies. And I think I thought on some level that they'd catch me if I was too public online. And then I stopped worrying about that.
Did they ever find it?
They're big fans.
Oh, good,
Yeah,
good.
Big fans. I think they think I'm talking about some other giant corporation. It couldn't possibly be theirs.
It's not about us.
It's never about us.
We're the good guys. That's so funny. You like stuck it to them, one Post-it note at a time.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay, I mean, I feel like it's 4:04 now.
Oh, should we
Damn.
open it up?
Does anyone have any questions they want to ask? Yes, in the front, in the purple.
Lilac?
I think I find it really interesting that like nobody was really thinking that everybody would become like get into photography when Instagram came out, or that everybody would get into making videos when things like TikTok or Vine came out. Do you think that cartooning is going to be affected by this shift that we're having into like 3D online worlds, like where people are spending more time on Roblox than they are on Instagram? What's Roblox?
It's a video game. Oh God. Maybe. I think that there could be like, I feel like there's a lot of bad metaverse art. Bad NFTs, nasty art that looks bad. That people do, but some people love it. Sorry, I'm just gonna absolutely coming out of the gate here being like, fuck NFTs.
This is
but
your
yeah,
platform.
sorry. Sorry if anyone does NFTs, but also
Hey, we got 10 more
No,
minutes.
exactly.
Go off.
Yeah, gonna go off for 10 minutes. No, yeah, I don't know. I feel like I hope that if art goes that way, there's some good art that gets made somewhere down the line. Because right now I'm just like, wow, it's so ugly.
Yeah.
It's so nasty. But you know.
Now I want to see it.
I almost feel with these things, though, like these different platforms and these different ways to share your work, no matter what, if you're a cartoonist, the like work, at least for me personally, it's like, yeah, these things all exist and there are different ways to express yourself if you're like compelled, but no matter what, like a pen and paper still exists and books are still going to exist. It just feels like a broadening of the horizons. Whereas I think the only negative part of like, say, Instagram incentivizing Reels is it kind of like commodifies your personality and it expects you to become a performer, which is like not something everyone is capable or like wants to do. Like,
Very much so. I mean, I'm kind of interested in the ways that new platforms like that could inspire new stuff, like, but also some of them are so short-lived that it never has enough time to really develop and like get cool.
I do think Second Life aesthetics is cool.
Oh, yeah.
Though. I think that is good. If it's more like that.
Yeah, and that's still around. That's something that
Yeah.
like they keep reinventing, even though it kind of already exists.
Yeah, it's like, will Zuckerberg let you be like a furry with like huge titties or whatever and go to a Zoom meeting? I don't know.
Dragon, flying around.
We can only hope.
Yeah.
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 It would.
Yeah. He's definitely not a robot. Yes. No. No, please go ahead.
Oh. Because that's my fiance who we did meet online before we met in real life. So yeah. Yes, you.
So romantic. That's lovely. I mean, yeah, like Okay, I think this went in a more positive way than I was worried that it might, because, like, you know, there are dank holes of the internet full of goblins. We all know this. But also, like, look at how many amazing things that can come out of it. Like, you can connect with people on the other side of the world. And
So I do feel like that's something that is so good. I think in comics we see that all the time. Like there's so much community, and there are like so many people who I met online who then became like some of like my greatest friends. And you know, like it's weird because I think it's weird that it's having to be mediated through these massive like mega corporations, but also it doesn't stop like humans still wanting to connect with each other, and like
it does make it easier to connect in
yeah,
lots of ways. Like,
100%.
I'm like, screw the algorithm. You'll, you know, you'll seek out the places you want to see, regardless of if they're posting at the right times or not.
Yeah.
And other artists are awesome. Like when I started, I got in touch with like Dan Ferraro, who draws Bizarro. I just like contacted him through the internet, and he was really generous with his time and recommended a contract lawyer for me, and like set me up with all kinds of stuff. And Lynn Johnston sent me some advice, and like the people, they'll just talk to you because you like because you reach out to them.
I've connected with Kathy Geiswhite.
Oh,
like,
nice.
she's
Kathy.
very accessible. I almost wore my Kathy shirt that said like chocolate, chocolate, chocolate today.
She has Instagram now also.
She does,
She's been making new comics. And
throughout the whole pandemic.
Awesome.
She's very cool. And she also cleared out her storage locker that was full of like 80s and 90s dead stock Kathy merch and made an online store. I happened to see it right after it got posted, right before I went to bed, and I bought a ton. And when I woke up in the morning, it was all sold out. And she also charged like 80s and 90s prices.
Whoa.
So like shirts were $15 and everyone was like, I'd pay $90 for this. And she's like, why would I do that? I don't want to do that. And I was like, I love you, Kathy.
Yeah. No, there's also cool stuff. And yeah, like I do think that just like connecting with other artists, and people are generous with their time and you know,
advice
like
and help and
that's so cool. Yeah.
Yeah, the internet can be, it's all like
it can be good.
how you use it. Obviously, there's going to be some goblins out there who use it for evil, but as long as you stick to Doug's sort of
being
motto.
And you don't have to put up with stuff. Like I moderate my comments on my website, and if someone says something nasty to someone else, I delete it. I'm not providing a free speech platform for the universe. And you know, you see like comments on YouTube and they're nasty. I'm like, why do you publish these? Like they're just nasty. And
I
you
fully
should,
believe.
Like think of it as this is your portfolio. This is your resume. It just happens to be online, so you can control what appears there.
Yeah. You do not need to let. You know, there are things you can do to make sure that people aren't being. If people are being mean-spirited and nasty,
I use the living room rule, where if someone said this to me in my living room, would I kick them out? And then if yes, then I delete the comment.
That's good.
I like that. Yeah, that's wise. Another question.
Real question.
Okay.
I'm curious if you guys have noticed any trends that have emerged due to the Instagramification of comics.
Yeah, like memification. Yeah.
Any things like that.
Like I've noticed like comics being called memes.
Yeah. Yes, that's so true.
I've had people take a comic of mine, write a new title for it.
Oh my God.
That's like way too descriptive and ruins the joke. Yeah. And then so they're kind of putting their own stamp on your work.
Yeah.
I do think it's interesting how people have started doing comics where their format is like little square panel, because it like it reads well on Instagram, and you know if you did like a big like long page, it's like very hard to read. So I feel like it's interesting to see how it's like even if it's going to be put in a book, if it's like being serialized online beforehand, it's like it's interesting to see. I guess how like webcomics, you know, sort of on websites would kind of be like little rectangles, like so they'd fit on the website. It's like kind of feels similar to that, but yeah, just with very kind of clear, swipeable, like attractive looking kind of which I think it's very interesting and I don't think it's bad necessarily.
No.
But it's interesting to see
How
people
it
are adapting.
translates, yeah.
So it's like legible and makes sense.
Because it felt like people were experimenting with longer forms, like at the beginning.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
like you know, Kate Beaton's comics about her family, and she
Yes.
just keep going. And
Yeah. I love
that.
This
That
like
was
super
super-
scrolling.
That's
JPEG
what I miss
down.
about
Yeah.
Tumblr.
Yeah, exactly.
Endless scroll.
And there are like cool comics being serialized like on Instagram and stuff. I think it's like not the ideal platform to serialize something, but there are still people who are like using it in interesting ways, which I think is really cool.
Is there anyone you want to shout out? Any
Yeah.
cool webcomics everyone should check out?
I've been
or-
reading, I think they're called Howl Martin on Instagram, and it's like a comic called Vivian's Ghost, which they've been, it's like a like trans love triangle ghost story, kind of like little like, it's like super scribbly, but the writing is like incredible. It's so good. I mean, it's like one of the reasons I like go onto Instagram right now. So I
That's
really
high
recommend
praise.
it. It's like a wild, really exciting comic that I'm excited. I hope it gets printed because I want to get a copy of it.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Neat. Either of you have
Any favorites?
I feel so bad because I do webcomic.
I mean, you
I
can
honestly, I find
talk about your own.
Instagram so hard to scroll through now because there's so many ads
Yes.
now and like crypto credit
Suggested
cards and
posts.
stuff, and you're
Yes.
just like, it feels like it's a hostile reading experience. Even though I post my comic on there, I do it like every 3 weeks. It's like semi-regular, but I just don't feel like it's the best way to consume anything. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I discovered Simon Hanselman on Instagram, and that was cool. And I read Strange Planet on Instagram. That's really fun. And Poorly Drawn Lines. That's another good one that's on there.
Okay. Thank you. I'm
Lots of good stuff.
writing these all down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check them out. Make my Instagram experience better.
Yeah, people are getting book deals from their Instagram accounts
Oh,
these
totally.
days,
Yeah.
so it's not a bad place to be.
happens.
It happens.
Publishers like it. Publishers like to see you have X number of followers.
Oh yeah, they
Oh,
love
yeah.
this. They love to see a built-in audience.
That's how
yeah,
you get
they love those stats.
record contracts too now. It's
Yeah,
very strange.
yeah.
Okay, I think we have a couple more questions. Okay, first row.
No, I was wondering if you, so you guys have been engaging on social media that might not be specifically made for comics, but have you guys explored options, this might be a very short question, but like tapas or webtoons, have you considered it? Because I think it's an interesting format for comic artists because it is a way to work into monetizing and then also becoming, like if you get an original deal, then that's like publishing, like you're getting paid to do it, but you're online. You may or may not get a physical copy, but you're getting paid for your work, which is, I mean, that's the goal. You can be a cartoonist. Yeah. So I don't know if you guys have explored that at all.
I have not tried those things.
No,
Have you tried
I
those
haven't.
things?
I've definitely like seen comics that have, or like know people who have and who use it and get paid. I'm a little intimidated by Webtoon
Yeah.
because I feel like people post beautiful comics on there, like really, really gorgeous. Not to be like my comics suck. but
Your
no, like-
cartoons are beautiful too.
But no, like really beautiful, like the polish really
Yeah.
is like something where I'm like, I don't know whether or not I'd find my audience personally on there.
I felt similarly. Yeah.
But I think that it clearly works really
Yeah.
well for some people, and it's cool to see. And I'm glad that there are like options out there for like, and yeah, a lot of people read comics on Webtoon also.
Totally.
It's like definitely there's a big audience there.
I think for me, because I started Blind Alley a year ago, and for me the big thing was, when I was looking through it, I was like, there's so many comics, like, and I like, there's something nice, even if it's like, I'm not monetizing my website, there's no ads or anything. I like the just like pure experience of, okay, if you see it on Twitter, here it is, because I couldn't figure out how to navigate Webtoons, honestly, but I think it's maybe a little bit better for like longer form work, whereas mine just like silly little strips, but I don't know.
And it's that like feeling probably too that we're all having of like we're saturated with like remembering all the different
Probably.
logins
Yeah.
and passwords
Yes.
and like different places that people can message you on. Does that answer your question? Okay. Do we have, I think we're like at time now, which is a little bit over, but if anyone has like one or two last questions, yeah?
Maybe a real fast one.
Yeah.
I don't know, I was going to ask about this before, but does anybody remember that webcomic? It's probably 15 years ago now. It's called A Lesson is Learned, but it's irreversible. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So good.
I think I've heard. Yeah, I think I remember.
Endless scroll, and like there were no panels. Yeah. It was really cool. So that was in the like website era. You were talking about like,
Yeah.
platform or like the strictures of the thing sets the form of the comic. This is
websites are, I think about a lot about, there was a Emily Carroll comic that was a
Oh, yeah.
web
That was
comic,
nice. Yeah.
and I feel
Yes.
like they just in
Yes.
general like have used websites so well, but
Totally.
it had like pop-up ads that had been drawn, and then as the comic got scarier, they got like freaky and like
Oh.
flashed and stuff, and it was so good. It was so effective at like being scary, and like it was like the site. It wasn't even the story. It was
Yeah.
just like the ads, but they were like ads specifically for
No, that's fine.
integrated into the comic. It was so smart, and I think
But
about that a
yeah,
lot.
what a
'cause-
great way to use the
Yeah.
format. Like,
And it felt scary because you were on a website. It didn't, you weren't getting any outside. It was like you were kind of in the world
The
of
world-
the
yeah.
website. I know, and that
That's
was
cool.
spooky.
Is
So,
that
yeah.
still up? Do you know?
Maybe.
Okay,
I don't know.
I'm gonna do a bunch of
if I can,
research.
I'll link it to you
Okay.
if I can find it.
Very kind of you.
because it's really
Okay,
good.
it is, we're 3 minutes over. Does anyone have any last questions, or should we wrap it up? Oh, yeah,
Uh-oh.
sure.
Oh, nice.
Cool. Just like a really
Just a nice-
easy last question. We can just say like yes or no.
For me personally, it's if I have an idea in my sketchbook or just like out for a walk and I write it in my phone, and if I come back to it after like a month or so, I think that's when I feel myself chipping away at an idea over and over, that's when I know
Yeah.
it's worth spending time with, for me personally.
Yeah, it haunts you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. When I can't stop thinking about it, and it's like percolating in my brain, then I'm like,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
I want
Yeah.
to do more of this. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think when you're excited about something, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if it's one of those things where you're like, I don't need to write it down, I'll remember, and then you're like, I forgot it. It's like,
so many times.
Yeah.
but also like
Yeah,
if it's
probably wasn't that-
really,
It'll come back.
if it's meant to be, yeah, it'll come back again. So
Yeah.
I hope that answers that question.
I like to like look around, like we're like.
Where
I
did
hope-
it go?
Yeah, I hope wherever you are. I hope it
Yeah,
helps.
jump into someone else's brain. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you everyone for coming to this. This was the last panel.
Yeah.
Thank you for great questions.
Thank you for awesome
Thank you for moderating.
Oh, I got, there were so many questions I didn't get to ask. Like,
I loved all your notes, your pages of notes. I was like, wow, we're ready.
where are your tables? Where
yeah.
where can
Oh,
we
yeah.
find each other?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm in the Shrimpian Pool Pavilion, right at the back end of the Shrimpian Pool Pavilion.
The little
I'm
room.
at
Yes.
B7, I think. It's probably meaningless. It's by Glacier Bay Press. Yeah.
Just in that room.
Yeah, that room over there.
And I'm immediately outside the door.
Oh.
So,
Go by us.
if you have more questions for us, pop by and
Yeah,
say hello.
come say hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And enjoy the remainder of today. Happy 420, everyone.
Happy 420.
platform in a different way that it's like, oh, they are like generational. Yeah. Like there are markers of it. Like, it's just different.
Thank you. Very nice.
Like, yeah, like something's gonna become uncool no matter what. Eventually, and then like people will move away from it and start doing things that are just like people do.
Okay, so you're gonna get you to write your name and sign a date.
Jessica, it was wonderful. Thank you. Bye. Yes, there I go. Nice to see you.
Yeah, and then sign there.
Bye, Vancaf.
Thank you. Do it. And we're done. Thank you.